Good morning, it's Steve Gotch speaking. I'll be serving as the chair for this morning's and today's Yukon River Panel bilateral public meeting session. Mr. Co-Chair, I'd just like to take the opportunity to check in with the U.S. delegation meeting room in Fairbanks. Can you let me know if we're ready to proceed with this morning's bilateral session?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I think we might still have one or two additional members that will be filing in here soon, but given review of today's agenda, maybe some additional comments, I think we can go ahead and get started. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. So with that, we will proceed with the second day of the Yukon River Panel's bilateral public meeting sessions. And perhaps to start, I'd like to acknowledge that the Pacific Salmon Commission Secretariat will be facilitating and administering our virtual meeting platform here, and we will be calling on the Pacific Salmon Commission to help us with bringing up documents and presentations during the meeting sessions. I'd like to welcome all of our participants, panel members and advisors, as well as members of the public who are joining us online as these meetings are being live streamed. And I would also like to remind our participants that the meetings are being recorded, and a digital recording of the public sessions will be posted on the Yukon River Panel's website following this week's proceedings. And for reference, the Yukon River Panel's website is www.yukonriverpanel.com. And the panel's website also has available on it the presentations and documents which will be provided during the public sessions this week. Mr. Tom Alpe, could I ask you to bring up the agenda for day 2 of public sessions for the Yukon River Panel? Thank you. All right, so we have 3 sessions planned for today. First session obviously is starting this morning, where on reviewing our agenda for the day, we'll be moving into postseason presentations involving Mainstem Chum salmon stocks, and we'll be receiving both the United States and Canadian presentations on the 2021 return. And that'll be followed by the opportunity for panel member and advisor questions. We'll have a brief break following the first session, and then move into continuation of the post-season review, again focusing on chum salmon stocks, but in this case on porcupine origin stocks. So again, receiving a presentation from the United States as well as Canada, summarizing the results of the 2021 Yukon River Porcupine Chum salmon return. Those presentations will be followed by the opportunity for panel member questions. And then in addition, the Yukon River Panel will be receiving a presentation at the latter portion of our second session of the day on some ongoing research that's occurring in the marine environment, focusing on Yukon River Chinook and chum salmon. That presentation, following questions from panel members, will be followed by a break for approximately 1 hour. We will be resuming in our third session of the day, which will focus on some reporting on the current status and administration of the Yukon River Salmon Restoration and Enhancement Fund, and providing an update on 2021 projects, as well as the 2022 call for proposals and current status of submissions in the panel's review. In the latter portion of the day, we will have the opportunity for members of the public or individuals to provide testimony to the panel. That is scheduled for 2:30 to 3 p.m. Alaska time, 4:30 to 5 p.m. Yukon time. And for individuals who would like to provide testimony to the Yukon River Panel, please go to the Yukon River Panel's website, www.yukonriverpanel.com. And under the meetings tab, you'll find further information on how to register for testimony for this afternoon's testimony opportunity. Finally, the Yukon River Panel's bilateral public meeting sessions will conclude with some closing remarks. We have confirmed scheduling of the 2022 preseason Yukon River Panel meeting, and we can do that again at the end of the day. But we are seeking to conclude public meeting sessions by 3:15 p.m. Alaska time, 5:15 p.m. Yukon time. And as a brief reminder to our participants and guests online, we do acknowledge that we have individuals participating in these virtual hybrid meetings located in 3 time zones, those being in Alaska, Yukon, and British Columbia. And so we will certainly do our best to adhere to the meeting schedule and the associated times for various presentations, acknowledging that we do have individuals and representatives that are particularly interested in linking into very specific presentations, which will be provided during today's meeting sessions. Mr. Co-Chair, perhaps I'll pause there to look to your concurrence with respect to the meeting agenda for today, or any questions or comments with regards to any additional agenda items or revisions that you would like to put forward, Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I concur with the agenda items and sessions as described. I guess just one quick note that we would like to take a little time during today's proceedings to perhaps stand down on the agenda and to recognize a longstanding U.S. section member that will be retiring or resigning from the U.S. section after many decades of service. We can schedule that either just before we break for lunch or just after return, maybe make the decision at the time, depending on where we're at on the agenda and what our timeline looks like. But just wanted to make sure to capture that as well, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair, and I concur with that approach. So perhaps before we start with our first presentations of the day, perhaps open the floor if there's any questions from panel members with regards to the agenda prior to proceeding. Okay, not seeing any, then we will move into agenda item number 1, which involves a brief review of the Yukon River Panel's 2021 management recommendations. And specifically, as we will be receiving presentations on chum salmon stocks and fisheries this morning, I'll look to emphasize the specific components of those recommendations that are relevant to the forthcoming presentations. To summarize, in April of 2021, the Yukon River Panel provided 6 recommendations to the parties on the management of Yukon River salmon stocks for the forthcoming season, 2021. 3 of those 6 management recommendations were specific to Chinook salmon, while 3 were non-specific to particular species, and those are the 3 that I'd like to focus on. Those being recommendation number 4, environmental conditions, in particular extreme events, should be considered in season to inform fishery management measures implemented and resulting harvest opportunities. So again, relevant to chum salmon stocks in this case. Number 5, in the event that in-season assessment programs are unable to operate in 2021 due to circumstances beyond agency control, fishery harvest opportunities should be provided conservatively based on the 2021 preseason outlooks and associated total allowable catch and harvest share allocations. And then finally, number 6, again, relevant to chum salmon and chum salmon fishery administration. US and Canadian managers shall collaborate closely throughout the season to evaluate and discuss in-season run assessment, management actions, and expected outcomes resulting from management actions. So again, from a panel and advisor perspective, as we receive presentations from both the United States and Canada this morning on the results of the 2021 chum salmon season, please keep the Yukon River Panel's recommendations in mind and keep an eye out for how those specific recommendations were incorporated in the various strategies that were implemented during the 2021 season. I'll perhaps pause there and ask if there are any questions from panel members in regards to the 2021 management recommendations and their relevance to chum salmon fisheries and administration of fisheries in 2021. Okay, not seeing any questions from panel members at this time. We'll proceed with our first presentation of the morning, which is agenda item number 2. That is the 2021 Yukon River Mainstem Chum Salmon Season Summary. This is the US summary that will be provided by Christy Gleason and Bonnie Borba from the Alaska Department of Fish and Game. So Bonnie and Christy, welcome, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. If you would like to follow along, this presentation can be found on page 90 of the packet, and it is agenda item number 2. All right, good morning, everyone. I'm Christy Gleason. I'm the new fall season manager for the Alaska Department of Fish and Game. Prior to this, I was the assistant manager for fall season for 7 years. And this last season in 2021, I was the acting manager. This presentation will summarize the Yukon area fall season in 2021 for fall chum and coho salmon. And I will begin by summarizing the management strategies and the outcomes. And then Bonnie Borba, our fall season research biologist, will summarize the postseason assessment and share some upcoming research. I'd also like to recognize that we co-manage the Yukon fisheries with Holly Carroll from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. Next slide, number 2. Our forecast for fall chum salmon in 2021 was completed midwinter and was for a run size of 542,000 to 762,000 fish. Before the fall season starts on July 16th in the lower Yukon River, we have a valuable tool based on the historic relationship of summer chum and fall chum salmon run sizes that allows us to revise this forecast. With the critically low return of summer chum salmon in 2021, we knew the fall chum salmon run would be poor and projected a run size of less than 300,000 fish. Next slide, number 3. Our management objectives included treaty objectives for fall chum salmon, including the mainstem Yukon River of 70,000 to 104,000 fish, plus the harvest sharing agreement. The Fishing Branch River of 22,000 to 49,000 fish. And the U.S. fall chum salmon escapement goals, including the drainage-wide goal of 300,000 to 600,000 fish, to Dreenjik, 85,000 to 234,000, and the Delta River, which is in the Tanana River drainage, of 7,000 to 20,000 fish. And in season, we do consider extreme environmental conditions when we're considering in-season harvest opportunities. Next slide, number 4. Fall chum salmon harvest management is guided by the provisions in the Yukon River Drainage Fall Chum Salmon Management Plan. The plan states threshold run sizes to determine which fisheries can occur. And looking at the table, a run size of 300,000 fish is required to allow for subsistence fishing for fall chum salmon. And a run size below this threshold would require that subsistence, personal use, sport, and commercial fishing be closed. Based on our preseason projection of less than 300,000 fish in 2021, it was expected that we would have full salmon fishing closures for the fall season. Next slide, number 5. Our preseason management strategies included all districts would be closed to salmon fishing to start the fall season as the fall chum salmon migrate upriver. We would modify management based on in-season assessment, and we would also plan to allow for 4-inch or smaller mesh gill nets and other gear to harvest non-salmon species for subsistence during the subsistence salmon closures. Next slide, number 6. These are important assessment projects in the lower Yukon River that we use to evaluate the fall chum and the coho salmon runs. We use the lower Yukon and the Mountain Village test fisheries to get an indication of groups of fish entering the Yukon River and their relative abundance. We use the Mainstem sonar near Pilot Station to provide an abundance estimate and genetics, which is what we base our management decisions on for all the Yukon River districts. Slide number 7. This is what the 2021 fall chum salmon run looked like. This graph shows the daily passage at the Mainstem sonar in blue with the cumulative chum salmon in red. The yellow line shows the fall chum salmon based on genetics, and the black line shows the timing needed to meet the 300,000 fish threshold. You can see that we started off the season well below the 300,000 fish threshold, and as the season progressed, the run did not improve. And this led to unprecedented salmon fishing closures for the duration of the fall season. And we observed a record low run size of fall chum and coho salmon for the second year in a row. Next slide, number 8. With the subsistence salmon fishing closures in place, we did allow for 4-inch or smaller mesh gill nets that were 60 feet or shorter in length and other gear to target non-salmon species. We also allowed for selective gear to target pink, sockeye, and coho salmon and non-salmon species. These gear types included dip nets, hook and line, and manned fish wheels, where all fall chum and Chinook salmon had to be released alive immediately from these gear types. Later in the season, we had to reduce the fishing time for the 4-inch or the smaller mesh gill nets and discontinued coho salmon opportunities. And this was because of the record low fall chum or the record low coho salmon return that occurred later in the season, the low percentage of female fall chum salmon observed, and the small body size of fall chum and coho salmon in our lower Yukon assessment projects. This season, we maintained salmon closures in important spawning tributaries through the end of December to further protect the fall chum salmon and coho runs. Next slide, number 9. The resulting subsistence harvest of fall chum salmon in the Yukon River drainage was about 1,000 fish. This graph shows the annual harvest from 2000 to 2021 in the blue bars. This was the second year in a row of depressed subsistence harvests and much worse than the last fall chum salmon crash in the early 2000s. Normally, the subsistence harvest has been about 80,000 fall chum salmon in the last 10 years. Next slide, number 10. And I'd like to take a moment to recognize the loss of the fishing opportunity for both the US and the Canadian fishermen and what this means to fishermen relying on salmon along the Yukon River. And often in these presentations, we show numbers and graphs, but the last 2 years have been a loss for cultural traditions, a way of life, teaching youth, feeding people and dog teams, and an economic loss. We appreciate the fishermen's support and the compliance along the Yukon River during these last 2 years of poor runs. And with that, I'd like to turn the presentation over to Bonnie Borba. Next slide, number 11.
Good morning. My name's Bonnie Borba, and I'm the fall season research biologist with the Alaska Department of Fish and Game, Division of Commercial Fisheries in Fairbanks. And this slide shows some of our awesome crew working on different projects. I'm going to talk about the results from our assessment projects in 2021. Next slide, please. Slide 12. Starting off with those charts. So this chart is a summary of our age, sex, length data collected from Lower Yukon Test Fish and Mountain Village projects. The average is represented by the bar on the right side in the light color, and the 2001 is the bar on the left side in the darker color of each pair of data. After 2020's extremely poor return of age 4 fish, we were expecting poor showing for age 5 in 2021. And that is how it played out with a 92% age 4 and 7% age 5. These percentages were well above or below their respective averages. However, these are not record values, but close. And this is proportion, it's not number of fish. Overall, the numbers of fish that this represents was still low. Though females were lagging throughout most of the season, at the end of the run, they caught up some and ended up slightly below average. Speaking to the chart on the right, the lengths of the chum salmon captured in the Lower Yukon projects this year were the shortest on record and below the average by some 30 millimeters. Slide 13, please. The groupings in this map are the genetic stocks we commonly refer to. The border US stock, Turgingic, Shinjek, Dronjik, are in the upper left oval. The Fishing Branch River stocks, which are unique, but we are unable to sample in proportion to the run, is located in the small upper right oval. The Mainstem Yukon River into the upper Canada is in the large lower right oval. And the fall component of the Tanana River stocks, which also has a summer component that overlaps, is in the lower left oval. Slide 14, please. This is a chart of the genetic groupings, and it's in the order that the stocks typically enter the river, with border US slightly earlier than the Canadian stocks, and the Tanana stocks coming in last as they build throughout the season. The left side bar in each pair of data is the average, and the right side dark bar is 2021. The results of 2021 included above average contributions of border US and Tanana fall stocks and below average percentage to Canada. Slide 15, please. These charts represent the 4 tributary systems we have escapement goals on currently. The escapement values are in the bars, and the lines represent escapement objectives through time. The charts only show the data from 2000 to present. The year 2000 is used as a reference, as this is the last time we had comparable poor runs, besides last year. The upper left chart is the sonar project at Turgingic that was able to operate this year and counted the smallest escapement ever at 21,000 fish. The upper right chart is the Mainstem Yukon River in Canada, which ended up similar to 2020 at around 23,000 fall chum. However, both years were lower than the escapement in 2000. The lower left chart is the Fishing Branch River project in the upper Porcupine River. The escapement in 2021 was lower than that escapement that was observed in 2000. The lower right chart is the Delta River in the Tanana River drainage, where the 2021 escapement was 1,600 fall chum salmon, and it was the lowest on record back to 1972 and lower than the escapement observed in 2000. As occurred in 2000, none of the escapement goals were achieved. In 2020, the only one that was achieved was the Delta River. Slide 16, please. So this chart shows the total drainage wide fall chum salmon run size in the bars, with the dark portion of the bars representing the drainage wide escapement and the light portion of the bars representing estimated harvest. And that includes fisheries in both US and Canada. The solid lines represent the drainage wide escapement goal range and previous historical escapement objectives. In 2021, the lower end of the goal was not achieved for the second year in a row in the previous 20 years, even though the primary parent years in 2016 and 17 exceeded the upper end of the ranges. During the years 1974 to 1992, there was an even odd cycle with larger returns of 1 million fall chum salmon that occurred in odd number years. However, more recently, the pattern of returns has changed as seen in the years from 1993 to present. Slide 17, please. Slide 17, please. So this is a summary of the coho salmon. It includes it. Since the coho salmon run timing greatly overlaps that with fall chum salmon, and they are similar sized fish, management affects both species. The index of run size was estimated to be 45,000 coho salmon. This is well below the average of 235,000 fish and the lowest on record. The preliminary coho salmon harvest for 2021 is a record low at 300 fish. Even with selective fishing opportunities, this season created an extreme hardship for people. The Delta Clearwater escapement of 913 coho salmon was the lowest count since monitoring began in 1972. The escapement goal was not achieved despite the parent year being within the range. The escapement monitors in the other areas of the town and river drainage in 2021 were also well below average. Slide 18, please. Providing a broader perspective of chum salmon declines, starting in 2020, the age 4 fall chum salmon showed a drastic decline in the Arctic Yukon Kuskokwim management area, the largest portion of the state in this map. The 2021 run was worse than 2020's record low run due to both primary age classes being affected. Low chum salmon runs were observed across the North Pacific Ocean, Canada, Western US states, Japan, Russia, and particularly in 2020, with the Yukon River experiencing the worst declines in 2020 and 2021. Slide 19, please. This is some additional observations about the declines. The Canadian portion of the stock was below average again this year. This was the second year of returns from the Yukon River system since the glacier receded, representing the primary parent years of age 4 and age 5 fish. But we need more years of escapement data to evaluate if the system cannot support normal production, as this is not the only system producing chum salmon contributing to the main stem component. The run characteristics in the last 2 years, we have seen an effect across multiple species that have different life histories. Chum salmon migrate to sea shortly after hatching and spend 2 to 5 years, while coho salmon remain in freshwater 1 to 3 years and then spend 1 year at sea before returning. Yet both species have had 2 of the lowest years of production. This resulted in age class failures producing low numbers of returns. Small body length in both salmon species may indicate poor growing conditions. Note that the parent year escapements met or exceeded the escapement goals, including the fishing branch river. Freshwater conditions appeared normal during the fall season migrations, and the reason for the declines in the returns are unknown, but initial thoughts indicated marine environment effects. This has led the department to initiate additional marine research. Slide 20, please. As Dina mentioned in her presentation yesterday, Alaska Department of Fish and Game has started a salmon and ocean ecology program, along with continuing marine research with NOAA studying marine ecology in Western Alaska juvenile salmon. There will be a presentation later this afternoon on topics of the first year juvenile distribution, abundance, habitat, genetics, age, growth, diet, nutrition, and more. They will also provide an update on the juvenile fall chum salmon index modeling that is being developed to see if the juvenile abundance can predict the adult returns. A range of other studies to look at climate change, competition at sea, the role of predators at sea are also being evaluated. Future research includes a study of marine life histories of fall chum salmon, such as stress, age at maturity, and reproductive patterns, if selected for funding in 2022. For more information on the salmon and ocean ecology program, contact Katie Howard and Sabrina Garcia. Slide 21, please. Additional new research plan for 2022 includes using the treaty implementation funding to evaluate fall chum salmon escapement in the Sheenjack River, a tributary of the Porcupine River, using sonar. The Sheenjack River was one of the main spawning areas monitored by the Alaska Department of Fish and Game from the 1970s, originally by aerial survey and then sonar operations through 2012. The Division of Subsistence is conducting comprehensive subsistence surveys this year in Cheevac and Hooper Bay. For more information on this project, contact Alita Trainer. OSM has funded a coho salmon radio telemetry project that will begin tagging and tracking this August through December. This project will help us learn about coho distribution in the drainage and direct future research such as genetics and escapement monitoring. Slide 22, please. We would like to acknowledge all of these folks for assisting with projects that help us manage the fishery. Slide 23, please. And I'll leave you with the contact information for the staff. It's provided on this slide. Please feel free to contact us anytime. That's all we have for this, and the DFO is going to follow later with the directing on the main stem stocks. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. And so we'd now like to take the opportunity for panel member or advisor questions on the United States Alaskan fall chum salmon season summary for 2021. So open the floor to panel members, either online or those in the US delegation room. Perhaps we'll start with Mr. James McDonald, Canadian panel member. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you for that detailed and comprehensive report. And just kind of looking at your slide there, I forget which one it was that showed the graphs in terms of abundance over the years, with a significant departure in the abundance, showing, you know, basically stock crashes for 2021 and 2020. And sort of circling back to our conversations yesterday surrounding ichthyophonus and perhaps prevailing diseases that might be out there, I wondered if you could speak to any diseases that you know of that might be affecting these chum salmon stocks.
Thanks for those questions. Ichthyophonus hasn't been found to be a big contributor for chum salmon. It does occur, but it hasn't been documented like Chinook salmon. And perhaps, you know, we need to look some more. The one thing that we do see a little more on them is a prolific kidney disease gets in the fall chum. And we did get some samples way up in some drainages in the past, and there is going to be a program with our pathology lab that if we are able to collect any more samples, they're going to continue to look at what other things chum salmon might have, but we don't have anything major that people are reporting that they're finding. Same thing again, if you do find something like in the kidneys and stuff, if you can take pictures of them and send them in, the lab will definitely look at them and start amassing some more data on what we might see in chum salmon.
Thank you very much for the question and the responses. And perhaps we'll go to the US delegation meeting room in Fairbanks, Mr. Co-Chair.
Yeah, we have a question from Ragnar Ahlstrom.
Mr. Chairman, it's like for about 25 years there was a even odd return. Has there been any analysis or research done to see if that correlates with the even odd nature of the pink fishery? Was there anything done in that regard?
From my predecessor, it was not necessarily the pink salmon that were causing it, but they thought it was more of the Asian chum stocks that they were running into. But, you know, I don't know for sure what caused it, but it's definitely changed. We're still getting the pink cycles even odd like we did, but that's not, you know, that's not what our chum are doing now. And maybe it's related to, you know, increasing hatchery production of chum salmon. And their overlap in the ocean. I don't know. That's one of those things we need to keep studying.
Thank you for that. Mr. Co-Chair, any further questions from the U.S. delegation meeting room in Fairbanks?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we have a couple folks with additional questions and comments. First, we'll go to Darcy and then Rhonda. Darcy, go ahead.
Congruency, good morning. Just want to apologize for showing up late. But, you know, I have seen this presentation before and, you know, going over it multiple days in a row, I think I just want to add a comment that, you know, I'm getting pretty sick and tired and depressed of hearing lowest on record. Just think it's worth mentioning that, you know, where people are hurting and we got to do something better for 2 years in a row, you know, lowest on record. Yeah, just wanted to shed some light on how much it sucks to hear. Thank you.
Mr. Co-Chair, any further questions or comments from the U.S. delegation meeting room?
Yes, Rhonda, go ahead.
Yeah, so on slide 19, you mentioned the 2016 Yukon River hydrological shift in Canada. Do you know if there are any monitoring studies on this shift? I know that it was, I think it was 14 or 15% of the spawning grounds. So have there been any like monitoring studies or any information on what that shift could do to the run? Thank you.
Thanks, Rhonda. For that system, we should, the Canadians will have more information on what they're doing over there. And so I would pose that question to Oliver later. And then I know they're doing the aerial survey still, and they did the survey this year, and he'll bring that up as well, but it was a low number. And so that's all I know right now is they're doing the aerial survey. And if they're doing anything more than that, we need to talk with them on that.
I guess I'd just quickly add, so perhaps that's a good question to ask during the Canadian presentation as well. Mr. Chair, I think maybe going to a couple of folks that are online, and then we will come back to the US section meeting room for additional questions.
Mr. Co-Chair, so next I'll invite Canadian panel member Tim Gerberding. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thanks for that presentation. I have to agree that the second consecutive year of the lowest run on record most definitely sucks. But I'd like to go back to slides 5 and 6. And really, this is just to improve my own understanding. So I'm understanding that, you know, some of this in-season run assessment really kind of begins at Mountain Village. And I guess that I'm just wondering, you know, what happens below Mountain Village, if anything. I know the river's very braided at the Delta, but you know, the preseason expectation did imply that there might be a very small subsistence fishery. Now, of course, that's not what materialized, but what was happening? How does Alaska manage the fishery below Mountain Village there? Thank you.
Hi, thanks for the question. So kind of to back up a little bit. So how we manage the fall season. So if you look at slide number 2, we start with a forecast that's made in the midwinter. That's based on the Ricker modeling. And then what we do is about 2 weeks before the fall season starts on July 16th, we look at the summer chum run size for 2021, and we use that to make our preseason projection of what the fall chum run size is going to be. And just a reminder, we can't fish unless there's over 300,000 fall chum salmon. And so before our fall season started on July 16th, we already knew our run size was going to be much smaller than 300,000 fish. And that's what we use to base our initial management on for all subsistence, commercial, personal use, and sport fishing. So entering the season, we weren't expecting any subsistence fishing openings. All salmon fishing was going to be closed. And so this preseason projection kind of sets up our initial management for the first couple weeks of fall season. So starting in the lower river and below Mountain Village, all fisheries were closed. And then what we do during the fall season is once we get closer to the midpoint of the run, we're able to make an in-season projection based on the data that we're gathering from the test fisheries and the abundance at Pilot Station Sonar. And we can adjust management to either open or close fishing at that time. But this year, the run stayed well below the 300,000 fish threshold.
Okay, thanks. You've helped me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tim. And next we'll go to US panel member Andy Bassett. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the report. I agree, it's incredibly depressing. It's absolutely destroying our subsistence way of life in the upper portions of the Alaska drainage because of our dependence on dog teams around here. Anyway, I wanted to, this might be a little bit jumping the gun, but I wondered if Mr. Alvon Finster is on board here, and if he could maybe give us some descriptions on rearing habitat for fall chum in the main stem on the Yukon, and whether he's seen any changes in that. And I guess what I'm looking at is we have had extraordinary high escapements into Canada. We have documented, I believe, in the past that overcrowding in reds can lead to disastrous return runs. So I'm wondering if there was some thoughts from him on the condition of the spawning streams in Canada for fall chum, and any observations on the overabundance of fall chum on those spawning streams. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you, Andy. And Canadian panel member Alvon Finster, any words of advice you can provide to the panel in that respect?
I think the words of advice that I would provide is that when you do have a large escapement, somebody should be looking at it. You should be planning on doing some work, or at least having the financial ability to do so. I've seen not so much the last great abundance, but certainly the one I think in 2005. And at that time in the Kawani spawning areas, there were a lot of eggs on the surface. The fish were basically digging up eggs. In respect of the rearing habitat, what I've found, and I'd like to just explain that, if you're going to get into this scientifically, it costs you big money. But there is a place between not knowing anything and a place between science, and that's sort of local observation or informed local observation, that you have some idea what's happening. So I've been out in the Kawani spawning area, and the Kawani spawning area, the water comes out of the ground at different temperatures in different places. What that does is allow you to, over an extended period of time, you can see the fry leaving the gravel and then existing in the water and then leaving. So what you end up with is that the salmon do come out. I think they probably rear in the spawning grounds for about a week or 2 weeks. And after that, they're gone into the river. Once they go in the river, we don't know anything about them. They have to be feeding on something because they've got such a long way to go. But what they're feeding on and what the source of the invertebrates are feeding on, nobody really knows about that. There was some work done a long time ago by a woman called, I can't remember her first name, but Lapierre, and she was doing the work up around Fairbanks. And she was looking at the actual foodstuffs of the juvenile chum salmon.
And subsequent to that, I'm unaware of whether anybody is looking at that further. If it is, then that would form a good basis for the work that's going to be done, or what should be done. As far as the carrying capacity of the rearing habitat, I can't really speak to it. You know, the Yukon's a big river. These are very small fish and they don't eat very much. But the place where I saw dead eggs, and unfortunately a lot of them, was during the spawning period. And just to end this up, what I'd like to do for the mainstem fish, what I'd like to do is to go back to the idea of the the salmon that are spawning, the eggs that are left over, and the foodstuffs, the juveniles in the spring. I should mention that the period when you do that is sort of February through March. The fry come out quite early, and you can take a look at that. So I would look at that. The fishing branch is a different matter. It has groundwater coming out, but it also has water entering the ground. So the water comes out from the deep aquifers and it enters the ground further downstream. And you can see where the water flows by where the chum salmon spawn. So if you have bends in the river, the salmon will be spawning at the wastes of the bend where the groundwater comes out. And you can see this. You can see how the development of the channel downstream is actually formed by the fish over thousands of years. But the problem with that is that you have a much more complex situation than you've got in the Kewaunee area. So I don't know whether I've answered your question, Andy, but it's a big question. It's something, you know, this is the last time I'm going to be speaking here, probably, or this is my last meeting. But it's something that I would urge the managers and the members of the panel to pay a little bit more attention to the life histories of these fish. So far, we spent in the last 25 years I've been involved in that, most of the money's gone towards Chinook salmon. But these fish just cry to be investigated. I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Follow up, Mr. Co-Chair.
Yes, go ahead, Andy.
Thank you for that, Al. And I guess maybe this question would go to DFO. I'm wondering if there's been any surveys done on the loss of habitat in the Kewaunee drainage due to that event that took place a number of years ago. So I guess what I'm looking for is, has there been any type of a survey to quantify the loss of habitat due to the lowering of the level where the spawning took place, so we have some kind of an idea of potential impacts of that? Has DFO looked into that, or has anybody looked into that as a possible, I'm not going to say it's explaining what the problem is, but it would certainly help us understand what potential rearing might be in future runs.
Sandy, I think that's probably a question best directed to Oliver and Chris when they provide their presentation. So I'll maybe make note of that for Oliver to perhaps highlight those two aspects that were brought up by Andy in your presentation, and we can certainly revisit those questions again following the Canadian postseason presentation. Mr. Co-Chair, questions from the U.S. delegation meeting room. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. We do have 3 individuals here in the in-person meeting room. We'll go to Virgil, then Jennifer Williams, and then Darcy. Virgil, go ahead.
Thank you. I think the Ricker model was actually finished being developed in, what, about 54 or so? Okay, my point is that was pre-hatchery. And so being now there's 5 billion hatchery fish dumped a year in the Pacific, my question is, you think maybe that has led to some kind of bias or inaccuracy in the Ricker model due to the competition for the groceries in the ocean?
The Ricker model is it's based on just what the adults that return and the fish that go out. So it doesn't, it wouldn't be able to, it doesn't factor that in. It's what comes back.
That was also pre-factory trawler as well.
Yeah, I don't know.
Anyway, I myself personally think that has an effect. And then the small size, that indicates there's not enough nourishment for the fish, is what it indicates to me, which also could mean that a bunch of them didn't make it because they starved to death, or they got, well, it just reminds me of this guy named Leon Shaw that wrote a letter and didn't okay it with the higher up people in Fish and Game, wondering why the Taku River Canadian transboundary chums had decreased in population in the late 90s by, I think, about 80%, but I can't remember exactly what. And he wrote a really short letter, and I have a copy of it somewhere. He was a researcher out of Douglas for the Department of Fish and Game. And he said, it doesn't take a brain surgeon to figure out what's wrong. Since 1990, the DIPAC hatchery in Juneau has been dumping between 100 and 120 million chum salmon smolts into the estuary that the Taku River wild chum salmon from Canada get to. They hold them in net pens and feed them a good diet for a couple of weeks before conditions are ideal to release them, so there'll be plenty of food for them to eat. So they are 3 times as large as a natural wild salmon. And so and they also attract a bunch of predators that is unnatural to have all those predators there. And they're there to gobble up all these hatchery chum salmon smolts in the net pens. So when the wild fish get there, there's these big bullies that weigh 3 times as much as them they have to compete with. There's not a heck of a lot for them to eat. Plus they have all these damn birds and other predators there trying to eat them. And so myself personally, well, I know that he got his butt in a crack over that and was basically told, don't ever do something like this again. And so myself, I personally believe in what Leon Shaw said, and I think that is a big part of our problem. And so anyway, I want people to think about that. Thank you.
Next, we'll go to Jennifer Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bonnie and Christy, for this fall season, the Lower Yukon test fisheries, was the department able to collect enough data, age, sex, and length from the test fishery sites? There's the South Mouth, Middle Mouth, Mountain Village, and Pilot Station. Is there a certain number of samples that you have to collect for future data use? Because this past fall, it was extremely slow. I mean, we were sitting out there in Emonic and we're like, where is all the fish? So I'm just wondering, was the department ever able to collect enough samples for future data use? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Jennifer. This is Bonnie. Yes, this year the sample size were fairly low. I think we got like 123 each of the projects, all of the fish we caught in Lower Yukon test fish, both Middle Mouth and South Mouth and Mountain Village. And so this year I combined the two. They're weighted per their own CPW for Lower Yukon test fish, and I weighted the samples from Mountain Village to their test fishery because they're a little different. And I'm using that together to do the brood table. And so that's over a couple hundred. And because there's only 2 age classes, and the way they came out this year, that it's low, but it's doable because I was able to combine the 2 projects because both of them operated enough to get that, at least that many samples. But I think there was another year that might have been lower. It wasn't 2000. It was a different year that was lower. And I think, and it's another year I combined with Mountain Village. So I do use them both on years that we don't have all of them. Otherwise it's usually based off of Lower Yukon test fish. And it is used for the brood table that'll produce, those proportions that I showed up there are gonna go in the brood table for, the fish that are gonna return 4 or 5 years from now. So, thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Darcy.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. So there's a lot of different conversations going on, but kind of want to touch on a few of them. So I agree completely with Virgil. I think we need to be having discussions about hatchery fish. The way I see it, since we weren't able to fish for salmon this year, it's not, illegal fishing that's, causing this decline. The way I see it, there's 3 different factors, main factors. There's hatchery, bycatch, and climate change. And there's a lot of studies going on climate change, so that's good. But I think we need more information on hatchery and bycatch in terms of, trying to figure out where the decline's coming from. So I really, really want to encourage the conversations around hatchery and bycatch and getting honest reports from North Pacific Fishery Management Council on bycatch numbers. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Any salmon that is taken away from our tribes due to commercial fishing or industry or whatever is one too many. The way I see it, they're taking fish straight out of our mouths. So I would like some information on bycatch and especially on the discussion of hatchery fish, because both of those, I think, they don't really get lost, but they're not talked about as often because, there's so much focus on climate change, which is happening. I'm a climate change scientist. I'm not advocating for less climate change research to be done, but I think more information on hatchery and bycatch would be really, really useful for the panel. I guess a more direct question would be for the state, just for the sake of transparency, maybe discussing for our Canadian partners the amount of chum interception numbers in Area M, just so they can, learn a little bit more about Area M. Thank you.
So with respect to the Alaska Peninsula fisheries, which are state commercial subsistence fisheries in the Alaska Peninsula area that's referred to as Area M, that is a primary concern with respect to summer chum salmon on the Yukon and for chum salmon throughout what's called coastal Western Alaska. So chum salmon stocks from Bristol Bay through the Kuskokwim area, through the Yukon, Norton Sound, and up to Kotzebue. So those summer chum stocks is what we get in the Yukon River during the summer season with the run that overlaps with the Chinook salmon run. It's not a transboundary stock in that regard. It is stocks that spawn and remain just within Alaska. They do not go across the border into Canada. By comparison to the fall chum stock in the fall season, that is a transboundary stock in that regard. And the number of fall chum salmon, in part because their abundance, which is Yukon River specific, is a fraction, a very small fraction of that whole coastal Western Alaska summer chum stock, but also because of their timing compared to the fisheries. They have a much later run timing on their return to the Yukon River from marine waters compared to summer chum salmon, and the timing of the fisheries that occur in the Alaska Peninsula. There's very few and a very small number, if any, of those fall chum salmon stocks that are harvested in the Alaska Peninsula fishery. So it really is more of a topic and of interest and concern with respect to summer chum salmon on the Yukon and chum salmon stocks throughout coastal Western Alaska. But it's not a topic of significant concern with respect to fall chum salmon on the Yukon by comparison. And Mr. Chair, we don't have any additional questions here in the Fairbanks room. So if there's additional questions online, you can proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Appreciate that. Next, we'll go to Canadian panel member, Mr. Robert Perry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a couple comments. The Ricker model has never really worked very well in many circumstances. I think the strength of what has been done is that we now have confidence intervals that actually demonstrate our certainty, and they are very weak. So we're very uncertain about what escapes into Canada. And it was great to point out the idea of stocking and what that might do to the predictability of that model. That said, I think the important thing that people have to think about is what are we going to do going forward? So what happens if we do get a great pulse of fish coming in the years to come? Does that mean we jump right back into harvesting if they, exceed the escapement requirements or they come in favorable for a year? I think what you have to start thinking about is a multiple year of a plan for a fishery. So you're going to have to look at 2 or 3, maybe 4 good, strong years of recruitment before you start actually harvesting again. This is certainly the example on the East Coast that we had when I was a fisheries biologist out there. You're going to have to start thinking about it here too. Don't start looking, oh, look, it just bounced back this year. Everybody into the river and let's fish. You're going to cause yourself real grief. You've got to think about that strong pulse as a recruitment year, as a good year to seed and provide for the years. Look back, you've got 3 weak years. That means you're going to be in trouble going forward. So you've got to start thinking about what we're going to do going forward. And all these studies and such are great, but the only things you can really control in this instance are the amount of fish you're taking out of the water right now. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Robert, next we'll go to US panel member, Mr. Andy Bassage. Go ahead, Eddie.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. John, Mr. Linderman, I concur a lot with what you say, but I wanted to also point out that it's my understanding, please correct me if my information is wrong, that no genetics have been done on the Area M June Peninsula fisheries since about 2005 or 2006. That's my understanding anyway. I might be wrong. Given the discussions of climate change, changing marine environments, I think we're long overdue to get an update on the genetics of that catch in that area because there may have been a shift. Regarding the hatchery production, I would really like to encourage the panel to get a presentation possibly from scientists involved with the North Pacific Anadromous Fish Commission, because I think hatchery production isn't just a problem maybe from Alaska or Canadian standpoint, it's a Pacific Rim country issue because of the movement of those chum salmon throughout the Pacific Rim and also Chinook. So I think that would be very good information for all members of the panel and the stakeholders on the Yukon River to come up to speed on what that is, because I believe it's that body, the North Pacific Anadromous Fish Commission, that would be the one to address hatchery production internationally, if I'm not mistaken. I am a representative on that as far as an advisor, but quite frankly, it's more of a title than any real effective advisory. It's a lot of very top scientists working on it, but it might be time for us to have a stronger voice in advising that council. And third, I'd like to thank Mr. Perry for pointing out the issues with the Ricker modeling. It's always been my understanding, having really tried to study and understand the Ricker curves, that it was developed for a single stock on a relatively short river in Southeast Alaska. And I know that there's been a lot of scientific analysis of it, but I've always had a great deal of concerns using the Ricker modeling on the Yukon River, which is one of the longest migrations in the world with multiple stocks in multiple streams throughout the drainage. So although I think it's maybe an okay tool to use to look at general recruitment, I think it's a very poor tool to use for developing escapement goals and other modeling type exercises. So I want to thank him for pointing that out, because I feel very strongly the same way. That's all I have for now, Mr. Co-Chair. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, if I may address maybe one of Andy's questions, comments there at the beginning of his commentary. You're correct, Andy. It's been quite some time. The last large-scale genetic sampling and stock composition program in the area Alaska Peninsula fisheries ended in 2009. In that regard, there has been studies done prior to that large scale, but it was the most significant genetic stock composition assessment program conducted to that time. There's been some scale pattern analysis programs that have occurred off and on over the years, but that's the most significant genetic sampling program that's occurred on the Alaska Peninsula fisheries stock composition. On that note, the department is moving forward with plans to re-implement a sampling program in that fishery. It's still very much in the works. We're confident that we'll be able to proceed perhaps as soon as this coming season to start collecting samples from that fishery again for the purpose of both age, sex, length, and genetic stock composition. We still have some of the budget processes to go through and refining operational plans and so on and so forth, but we are planning to proceed. Department of Fish and Game is planning to proceed with reinitiating a sampling program in the Alaska Peninsula fisheries. So we would expect to have updated data and information given time to analyze and compile all that data once the project starts. But there will be additional information on genetic stock composition and sampling from that fishery in the near-term future. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. And so could I just confirm, are there any further questions from the U.S. delegation meeting room at this time, Mr. Co-Chair?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. We do have another question or comment from Virgil.
Yes, I do. Dr. Eggers, who was the chief fishery scientist for the state of Alaska, I think it was prior to him getting to be the chief fishery scientist, he did a tagging study, and it was in 1987. And at that point in time, those guys got to fish. They were the only management plan they had for Area M was a chum cap. I know in 87, I believe it was 600,000 chums. And then they were allocated 8.3% of the Bristol Bay forecast of sockeye salmon. And so they developed into lots of chum, what was referred to as chum truckers. They would throw the chums overboard if they were getting close to the chum cap, because then they would get shut down on fishing. But they got to fish 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. That's what they got to fish. And so the tagging study was flawed from the outset because they were constantly fishing. So they'd tag fish, release them, and then they'd get caught in the commercial fishery. And 87, if you look on, here and on chart 16, look at 87 and see we had a fairly low run. But in 82, it was super low of fall chums. 82 is when the people in the Yukon raised holy hell because Area M had caught so many chum salmon and they didn't catch crap on the Yukon in 82. But 80, that would mean that those fish with such a low return would be returning in 87. And we had a really poor summer chum run in 87. And so the fall chum run was closed before the season got there, totally closed. There was not going to be any fishing in 87 when he did the tagging study. However, a certain amount of tags did get recovered and sent in, and it was in the 20s. I think it was either 23 or 29 in the subsistence fishery. Now, when I was on the Board of Fisheries, I examined where all those tags were recovered, the exact date they were recovered, and the date they were tagged. It's between 16 and 20 days travel time from that fishery to Y1. And some of those tags were tagged in Nenana, and they were definitely fall chums. They were tagged in early September, or caught in early September. And so there was lots of controversy about that tagging study. And anyway, a lot of controversy about the whole thing. But what ended up happening is Area M had to do, or the department had to do a test fishery in Area M to see what the sockeye to chum ratio was after we got the management plan changed. And that had to be a certain sockeye to chum ratio before that fishery could proceed. And then in the Shumagan Island part, they had to determine how many immature fish the seiners were catching. If they caught too many immature fish, the fishery could not open either. But they did do genetic analysis of those fish caught in the test fishery. And most of that was done in the South Unimak fishery, which is where the majority of that 8.3% allocation was for. It was for 6.8% there, I believe, and 1.5% in the Shumagans, I believe is what it was. But anyway, all that was done. And like I said earlier, I know in one test period in the South Peninsula fishery, and I think it was between the 10th and 12th or so of June, that 15% of those fish were of Canadian origin. They were Canadian origin fall chum salmon, 15% of them. But if you backtrack, if you look at when the seasons are, that fishery starts on the 10th of June now. It used to start in May, but now it starts, and they were catching lots of Yukon chums in May back then, summer chums. Anyway, that fishery starts the 10th of June and it runs through the month of June. And so you add 18 days to that, and that's when those fish, the average, would get to the mouth of the Yukon, to Y1, would be 18 days from the 10th of June when the fishery opens, which would be the 28th of June is when they would get there. And I believe the midpoint of the summer chum run is about the 18th of June, isn't it? Somewhere in there, 18th to 20th. No, I mean 28th to 30th, somewhere in there. That would be when the first fish caught in Area M would have been getting to the Yukon. And so it's past the midpoint of the run when that season opens for the summer chums, but it does catch fall chums because those tags were recovered then in the fall season, and the 87 tagging study tags were. And also, if you go back, the old tagging studies done in the early 20s, the very first ones, a bunch of those fish were caught by the guys that ran the orphanages, the ones that got turned in. There was an orphanage at Nenana, and there was an orphanage at Tannernaw, and another one at Fort Yukon, all started by Hudson Stuck. But that's where a bunch of those tags were recovered. But it takes a lot of research to figure all this kind of stuff out. But anyway, I totally disagree with anyone that says they don't catch any fall chums in that damn June fishery in Area M. And even if they did, something I need to find out is when their chums actually start showing up and that are South Peninsula fish, but I think it's late July when they start showing up, but I'm not positive. I do know for a fact that the board in the very early 90s, before I got on it, restricted the Area M fishery until I believe the 20th of July due to coho interception for Bristol Bay coho. And they filed a lawsuit. It went all the way to the Alaska Supreme Court and the state won. The commercial fishermen didn't win. But anyway, that's just some more of that history. But it to understand all that stuff, a person really needs to study the history of these fisheries. And then you get a better understanding. But that's all I have to say right now. I will totally disagree with anyone that says fall chums are not caught in that fishery, because I know for a fact that they are. And you can talk to Lisa Sieb, who I think is retired now, but she used to be the geneticist that examined all that stuff, her and her husband, Jim. Thanks.
We do have additional person here in the room, Mr. Chair, before going online, that has question or comment. Ragnar, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, one of our tasks is to review escaping goals. So if it's not Ricker, what alternatives are out there? And is our JTC looking for other alternatives beyond Ricker? Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, good morning, folks. This is Zach Miller with Fish and Game and USJTC co-chair. In the presentation that we gave to the panel on Monday during closed session, we discussed with some entry, I guess first, I guess how to say it, we dabbled in some of the reasons why the subcommittee specifically focused on the Ricker production model. One of the reasons in which that particular model is often chosen for escapement goal setting is not necessarily because it is the best representation of the population dynamics, but because in many situations it produces conservative estimates of biological reference points. And therefore, if an escapement goal is centered around those biological reference points, the escapement goal tends to be higher and more biologically conservative. So basically, a lot of stock assessment biologists acknowledge that knowing the true relationship between spawners and recruits is an incredibly difficult thing to determine. But if you're going to be wrong, we want to be wrong in the direction that protects the stock and protects the fishery moving forward. So selecting the Ricker production model often, now this is not always a universal case, but it often produces, all other things being equal, a more conservative escapement goal, which is believed to be a reduced risk to the population moving forward. With that said, we also reported out to the panel on some other production models that we did look at. One in particular is called the Beverton-Holt model. The fundamental difference between that model and the Ricker model is that the Beverton-Holt does not assume some what's called overcompensation, or the phenomenon where competition between individuals is so fierce at large abundance that it actually is harmful. The Beverton-Holt does not allow for that possibility to happen. And we showed the preliminary results of that, and that fitting the current Yukon data set, Chinook data set, to the Beverton-Holt formulation results in estimates of biological reference points that were much lower. And therefore, if one was to use those reference points to guide escapement goal discussions, you could end up with an escapement goal recommendation much lower than you would had you assumed the Ricker production model. With that said, there's a lot of other options. And so habitat-based discussions were front and center amongst the JTC and have been for a long time. I'm sure many of our Canadian counterparts are fully aware of the benefits and challenges associated with habitat-based approaches. But with that said, that's absolutely a line of inquiry that's worth discussing. There's also percentile type approaches where you simply look back at history and you say, well, if we want to see things in the realm of what we've seen in years past, maybe we select a range of escapements that are within percentages of what we've seen in the past. There are other options, but maybe I'll leave it at that for right now. There are other options to consider, but within the respect of trying to model the relationship between recruits and spawners, the Ricker production model was selected because of it has a tendency to be conservative. Thanks.
Mr. Chair, I just want to be conscientious of time, recognizing that we need to move along with additional presentations. Just wanted to point that out, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I expect that what we will need to do is just to continue with questions at this point. We do have a break scheduled for 10 a.m. Alaska time, so in about 9 minutes here or so. So happy to continue to facilitate questions on the US 2021 Chum Salmon postseason presentation until that time. And then on returning from the break, we can continue on with the Canadian postseason presentation for Mainstem Chum and then move into Porcupine, Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and no additional questions from the in-person meeting room at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Next, we will go to US panel member Ellen Yasamishi. Go ahead, Ellen.
All right, thank you, co-chairs. Good morning from Juneau. I wanted to provide just a brief update on the adult equivalence model and the plan forward for that. Fish and Game has recently completed aging 16,000 Chinook scales from 2011 through 2018. So that will be matched up with the genetics. Jimmy Anelli, he's the pollock stock assessment scientist, is working on the modeling code to automate that and link it to the age and genetics information. So it will, the updates will be more frequent. So Jimmy Anelli is scheduled to provide an update on the Chinook AEQ model at the June council meeting. After the automation is complete, we'll work on the Chum Salmon AEQ model.
Thank you very much for that update, Ellen. Next, we'll go to Canadian panel member, Mr. Robert Perry. Go ahead.
Be clear, I have no problem using the Ricker model. What I really like about it is it demonstrates the uncertainty of our estimates. And so when we start pushing harvest and how much we can take out, it should say to everybody, we better be very conservative in our approaches. The thing I think you people should be really considering, and we should be considering, is what is our recovery strategy? And research is fine, but what is the recovery strategy? How many years should we wait before we open up a harvest? How many good pulses of returns do we have before we say this fishery is stable enough that we can take from it again? Where I come from, I have seen a lot of out-migration from Newfoundland because the fisheries collapsed. And we had to start making those hard decisions about how many years do we have to wait for recovery? When does it recover? When do we feel safe enough that we can start to take back from that fishery? I think that's the position we're starting to be in right now. And I think we should start asking the technical committee, give us some plans for future consideration. That's where I think we're at or starting to be at. And I think if you see a good pulse and start hammering it again, it's going to be a big, big mistake. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those comments, Robert. And certainly from a broader planning perspective, the Yukon River Panel's Joint Technical Committee is currently assigned to review and develop a recommendation on a revised escapement goal for Chinook salmon. And I know in prior years, the Yukon River Panel has discussed potential future assignment to the Joint Technical Committee to look at this same question for chum salmon stocks. So anticipate that further work will be undertaken in that regard over the near term. Next, we'll go to Canadian panel member Pauline Frost. Go ahead, Pauline.
Jim Lindsay, it's great to just sit and listen in this morning, and want to just re-emphasize, I think, some historical context. Good friend Virgil takes us back in time and reflects back on historical practices and observations and science and what we've assessed over the course of time. Now, I've not been at this table since 2014, but what I can say and what I do want to say is that the whole intention and purpose of having an international treaty agreement on salmon management is to ensure that we protect the Canadian-bound stocks. What happens domestically and how that is managed, my understanding is our intention here is to give us the science, give us the data, but work together domestically as well to try to address some of the best practices on what we can do to protect some of the tribes there and their Indigenous rights, although you have a model that doesn't reflect that. Now, I apologize. I don't know the young lady that was speaking earlier, but she really, highlighted her passion and the passion for addressing, 7 generations from now. How are we going to, essentially still maintain a way of life of the people on the river from headwaters to the spawning grounds? And Roberts addressed it very nicely in terms of the Ricker model and what that demonstrates with respect to uncertainty. The uncertainty that we're seeing is not any different from what I saw when I was there in 2014 and time back. We talked a lot about strategies on what we can do to effectively fish, not about what we can do to conserve, knowing full well that on this side of the border, on the Canadian side of the border, the communities have integrated their own individual community-based plans and models to protect and conserve the resources that they so cherish. And that means that how many years do we keep going forward and focus on when we can harvest again? Let's focus on when more. I think we need to focus on how we can build models to protect the salmon and the salmon spawning grounds. And I've said this and I think repeating myself from 2014, but that we've done everything that we can in Canada to protect the headwaters. We have conserved, we have put in place special management areas, never to harvest in specific areas so that the salmon essentially can get to the spawning grounds and return to the oceans and reproduce. Now, what happens when they leave the spawning grounds and return? What I'm seeing now is 4 years, not 7 years, return, and we're still harvesting and we still want to extract from that limited resource. So I'm as passionate as everyone. I'm as passionate as I was in 2014, and I want to see us look at a model that's going to sustain us into the future, not about what we can essentially access this year or next year and making recommendations on a potential harvest. And we continue to do that here in Canada. We continue to look at it from a conservative conservation lens, not about what we can harvest. And ceremony in our communities is critical. And that's why the First Nations put in place very controlled models within their community so that they can essentially know when to start or when to stop. And that correlates very well with the model that we have in place internationally. So wanted to just emphasize that and thank everyone for your feedback and your thoughts. I really appreciate it. So Masicho.
Thank you very much, Pauline, for your words and advice. Certainly worth repeating as we reflect on the history and where we've been and where we are today and perhaps where we may be in the future. Mr. Co-Chair, I'd just like to note that we are just at 10 a.m. Alaska time, 12 noon Yukon time, and we do have a scheduled 15-minute break. With your concurrence, I'd like to proceed with the 15-minute break and resume immediately afterwards with the 2021 Yukon River Mainstem Chum Salmon season summary presentation from Canada. Mr. Co-Chair.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. I concur. No additional questions here in the room or I see online either, and we'll look forward to reconvening in 15 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Hello, Mr. Co-Chair. It's Steve Gotch here. I see it's 1/4 the hour, and with your concurrence, I'd like to continue with the resumption of the Yukon River Panel's 2021 postseason meetings. Just like to check in with the U.S. delegation meeting room, Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I think we still have a couple of in-person members here that might be trying to check out of their rooms, but they should be joining us very shortly, and I think we can proceed, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. So with that, we will move into our next presentation. Again, this is a carry forward from our first session this morning, and that is the 2021 Yukon River Mainstem Chum Salmon Season Summary. And this is the Canadian summary, which will be presented by Mr. Oliver Barker from Fisheries and Oceans Canada. Oliver, I'd like to invite you to proceed with your presentation at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. And I'll have Chris Carley, Acting Fisheries Manager with Fisheries and Oceans, joining me as well.
Thanks, Oliver, and thanks, Steve. Yeah, good morning, Mr. Co-Chairs, panel members, and advisors. My name's Chris Carley. I'm the Acting Yukon Fishery Manager with Fisheries and Oceans Canada and Whitehorse. I'm here this afternoon now with my colleague, Oliver Barker, Fisheries and Oceans Canada Senior Stock Assessment Biologist for the Yukon River. He and I are going to review the Mainstem Fall Chum Salmon Assessment Projects and the Canadian Management Actions from the 2021 season. Next slide, please. Our presentation will track the stock assessment projects and associated management actions starting in the spring and summer, pre-season before the fish have entered the river, through the late summer months when the fall chum are moving upstream through Alaska, and into the fall when they enter Canada. We'll provide a postseason summary of the assessment projects and review the various environmental conditions the fall chum encountered on their migration. Next slide, please.
Thanks. So as before, I'll follow the fish upriver along Yukon River Mainstem, starting again with the preseason forecast developed while fish are still in the ocean, and then moving to the in-season projection that's developed once the summer chum run in the lower river is complete and the first fall chum are starting to enter the river. For early season management for Canada, we'll look at pilot station numbers, and then for in-season adjustment and border passage, we'll look at eagle sonar, and we'll save porcupine and fishing branch chum for this afternoon's presentations. Slide 4.
I'll start by reviewing the Yukon River Panel recommendations, which are pertinent to fall chum. For each recommendation, I will also identify how these recommendations were implemented prior to the start of the season and throughout the season. During the Chinook chum crossover in Canada in August, recommendation number 2 may be pertinent to fall chum salmon. Recommendation number 2 was to limit the use of gill nets to 6-inch mesh or smaller upstream of the Tanana-Yukon confluence for the duration of the Chinook salmon migration. As part of the DFO condition of license, gill net mesh size must be smaller than 6 inches, and the use of gill nets was not permitted during the fall chum salmon run in 2021. Slide number 5. Recommendation number 4, environmental conditions should be considered to inform fishery management measures. By the time the chum had entered Canada in early September, environmental conditions, specifically water temperatures and discharge, were unlikely to pose a substantial threat to survival. It did not support any action to change harvest opportunities. Slide number 6. Recommendation number 5, if in-season assessment programs cannot operate in 2021 due to circumstances beyond agency control, harvest opportunities should be provided conservatively based on 2021 preseason outlooks and associated total allowable catch and harvest share allocations. Thankfully, in 2021, in-season assessments at Pilot and Eagle were operational throughout the season. Slide number 7, please.
So the preseason forecast for Canadian origin mainstem chum was for a below average run. Now the 2021 midpoint was 163,000 for mainstem chum, the 20-year average being 224,000. However, as mentioned before, we knew that last year there were far fewer age 4 fish than expected. Because of this and anticipation of low returns from the Bering in recent years, we expect to see very few age 5 fish and didn't have an enormous amount of confidence in this forecast. True run size was probably going to be lower. Slide 8.
The preseason forecast was for 136 to 191,000 Canadian origin fall chum. The associated harvest share with a run of that size would provide opportunities for First Nations to implement their fisheries, with allocations to the public, commercial, and domestic fisheries to vary based on run size and future in-season information. Like with Chinook, prior to the start of the fall chum season, DFO managers met virtually with First Nation governments, the Yukon Salmon Subcommittee, stakeholders to share information, discuss plans, important timelines, and expectations for the upcoming season. Slide number 9, please.
So as discussed before, the fall chum run size is closely related to the summer chum run size in the same year. So we could use the size of the summer chum run each year to predict the fall chum run in season. Now, this year, like last year, the summer chum run was far below expectations, looked to be the lowest ever recorded. And because of this, the models that we used to create this in-season projection weren't able to give a result that we were confident in. What we could say, though, that this year's fall chum run would probably be one of the lowest on record as well. Slide 10.
By mid-July, enough data had been gathered at Pilot Station and the lower Yukon River test fishery to revise the in-season projection. On July 21st, the projection was revised and it was made clear that spawning escapement goals were unlikely to be met and there would be no available harvest share. Next slide.
So slide 11, these are the daily counts at Pilot Station for all chum in the fall season. That includes Canadian and US stocks. As we've seen, 2021 had a very low return. It was just 21% of the 15-year average, with total estimated chum passage during the fall season for combined US and Canadian stocks at 146,000. Slide 12. Now, like for Chinook, ADF&G identifies Canadian origin chum at Pilot Station using genetic sampling. The mainstem Canadian origin chum here are the orange bars. That estimation provides 17,300 mainstem Canadian origin Chinook near the mouth of the Yukon River for 2021. Far below average, looking like another year like last year, like 2020. The Canadian portion of this year's run was also quite low at 17%. They're usually, they average about 25% of the run at Pilot. Slide 13.
By August, it was becoming clear how poor the chum run actually was. Spawning escapement was certainly going to be less than the lower end of the interim management escapement goal of 70,000. DFO continued to monitor the data coming in from the lower river and met weekly with Alaska Department of Fish and Game and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. Next slide.
So slide 14. Moving upstream, by late August, chum had started to arrive at Eagle Sonar, and by mid-October, the run was complete. This year's estimate at Eagle was 23,170 chum. Like at Pilot, this year's Eagle count was much lower than usual, about 12% of the average. Slide 15.
Just as the chum were entering Canada on September 8th, DFO reduced the retention and possession limits for chum to 0. By the end of September, the run at Pilot Station was over and escapement goals were far from achieved, and 0 Yukon River mainstem chum were harvested in Canada. Slide 16, please. The summary of management actions taken by DFO in 2021 include maintaining closures of the commercial and domestic fisheries throughout the season, reducing the retention and possession limits in the public fishery to 0, and sharing updated abundance information throughout the season via conference calls. First Nation governments engaged their citizens and recommended avoiding chum harvest. Governments considered in-season information and recommendations from the Yukon Salmon Subcommittee. Next slide, please. A summary of the harvest and escapement outcomes from 2021 reveal the final Canadian origin run size was well below the lower end of the preseason forecast. There was no harvest of chum on the main stem in Canada, and the spawning escapement estimate was well below the lower bound of the interim management escapement goal. Next slide, please.
Slide 18. Let's return to Eagle sonar as an estimate of chum crossing the border into Canada. Now, there was no reported U.S. harvest between Eagle and the border this year, so the Eagle estimate is also the border passage estimate. And let's look at these numbers compared to past years. Slide 19. Border passage this year was the lowest on record at 23,170, almost identical to last year. And that's well below the long-term and 10-year averages. Slide 20. Total estimated run size was also the lowest on record at 23,346. As a reminder, the total estimated run size is the combined total of the estimated Eagle and estimated downstream harvest of mainstem Canadian origin chum, which this year was extremely low. Slide 21. Spawning escapement here was effectively the same as last year, tied for the lowest. This was only the second year since 2001 that the mainstem chum spawning escapement goal was not met. So escapement goal here shown in the black bars. Slide 22. Looking back historically at harvest, US harvest in gray and Canadian harvest in black, spawning escapement in orange. This year's harvest in the US was extremely low and was 0 in Canada for mainstem chum. Harvest would not have made up the difference between spawning escapement and the escapement goal this year. Slide 23. And then let's also look at quality of escapement, age, sex, and length of fish entering Canada using Eagle data. Starting here with age, the majority of Yukon River fall chum return is 4-year-olds, with the remainder of the run made up of 5-year-olds. Other age spawners are quite rare. This year, however, there were considerably fewer age 5 fish than usual, almost entirely age 4 fish in the sample. This is consistent with last year's results. The 2016 brood year has been particularly weak. The offspring from that year have been particularly weak, both last year as 4-year-olds and this year as 5-year-olds. Slide 24. Looking at the male to female ratio this year, this year's run at the sample at Eagle this year was 40% female, slightly above the average of 37%. Slide 25. And finally, looking at the size of male and female fish separately and comparing them to past sizes, males above here, females below. Both males and females at Eagle sonar were much smaller than average this year. It isn't surprising. There were very few of those larger age 5 fish in the run this year, and also length at age through at other downstream projects was also low. These were not big fish this year. Slide 26. And let's go back and look at a comparison between pilot station and Eagle sonar estimates this year for chum, as we did for Chinook. For fall chum, the comparison between pilot and Eagle estimates was nearly the reverse of that for Chinook. So unlike Chinook, more chum arrived at Eagle than were expected based on pilot. The Eagle sonar passage plus the very small US harvest is at the very upper end of the 90% confidence interval of the pilot station sonar estimate. Slide 27. And finally, I'll review environmental conditions encountered by migrating and spawning adult chum in Canada. So this year's high water levels in the southern Yukon were largely dissipated by the fall. Flows to chum spawning areas were average to slightly above average throughout the mainstem and tributaries. And water temperatures were well within seasonal averages. By the time chum arrived in the Yukon, there's really very little chance of encountering harmfully warm water temperatures. Slide 28. So that's concludes the presentation. However, I know there were a number of questions that came up in the presentation proceeding. I'm happy to go into them now. I'll defer to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Oliver. Perhaps if we could, can you address the questions that were identified by US panel member Andy Bassich earlier on? I know that he had some specific interests that pertain to, I believe it was habitat and abundance of chum salmon at spawning grounds. So I think perhaps best to address them now, and if there are any follow-up questions, we can address those afterwards. Thank you.
Yeah, of course. And I'll try to address panel member Rhonda Pickett's questions as well, which were along the same lines. So these had to do with Kluane River and monitoring that we're doing there and changes that have happened in that area. So as background, in 2016, a retreating glacier allowed a tributary of Kluane Lake, that tributary is Aichu or Slims River, to divert its course from Kluane Lake to another drainage down to the Alsek drainage. That means there's less glacial input to Kluane Lake now as compared to previous, resulting in summer water levels that are 1/2 to 2 meters lower than the previous levels, with less winter change, about 1/4 meter lower in the winter. So there's been some concern, some interest about this change in hydrology to Kluane River downstream, a known chum spawning area, as well as interest in how that's affecting the lake itself. So the Kluane River spawning area, that's been a place where we've had a long survey program running since the 70s. However, that program ended in 2006. But with the change in 2016, in 2017, we restarted the program, and we have been conducting aerial surveys annually since then. Those results, so that the aerial index for 2017 was quite high, well above average for that area. The subsequent returns have all been quite low. So including this year's aerial index was not the lowest on record, but 1970s had some very low periods as well, but it's certainly in that range. Now, we are not beyond salmon, we're also monitoring habitat. So we're looking at water temperature, depth, and groundwater inputs in these known spawning areas. And those results are to come. This is a collaboration with Yukon Government Water Resources, Environment and Climate Change Canada, and Kluane First Nation. I can give personal observations of what may have happened there. And I believe that we're seeing a change in spawning patterns. There is one known spawning area that is used less than it was before. However, over the past 2 years, I've also seen the emergence of spawning aggregations at an area where I haven't seen them previously. Now, my time frame is shorter than others. So pulling back a bit, it's worth keeping in context what would this, where does the Kluane spawning group sit within the drainage wide and the Canadian stock, the Canadian aggregate? It's difficult to answer exactly. I can start with Canadian origin fall chum, mainstem fall chum, average about 25% of the drainage wide return every year. Now we can look at what is the proportion of White River drainage fish at passing at Eagle. That's known through genetics. Kluane River is one river within that group, and that forms 30 to 50% of Canadian border passage based on genetic analyses. So as I say, Kluane is one of a number of spawning areas in that drainage. And the baseline for Kluane doesn't yet allow us to identify exactly these are Kluane fish. We have been collecting those samples since 2017, and that's going to help us improve. We can look at aerial survey abundance compared to Eagle passage specific to Kluane, acknowledging that there's certainly an apples to oranges factor here. The average comparison is about 11%. The Kluane aerial survey counts are about 11% of border passage on average.
Great. Thank you for that additional information, Oliver, and hopefully that addressed some of the questions that were previously posed by panel members, but certainly opportunity for additional panel member questions or comments on the 2021 Mainstem Chum Salmon report from Canada, or any broader questions around 2021 Mainstem Chum Salmon. Mr. Co-Chair, perhaps we'll go to the U.S. delegation meeting room. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have a question or comment from John Lamont.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chairs, and thank you for that report. I also agree with Peter. I don't really know his last name, but from the other side of the border, after looking at history, if we had this panel back in '82, it would be deja vu. We'd be going through the same process when it came to fall chum, summer chum also, because of another area that affects our area, AYK, or the Yukon specifically, with 1.2, I think 82 is 1.2 million chums were harvested, AYK bound, or majority of those Yukon bound in area M. And then again, this past summer, just about 1.2 million chums harvested. And so if we get a good rebound of fall chum, I'd prefer us not to touch it for a few years. You know, it's not just one habitat or one spawning stream area, or looking at this historically, it's the whole drainage. And so there is a red flag in what's happening, where these fish are either dying off or being intercepted, or being, I hate the word intercepted, because I have also been called an intercept fishery, where I commercially harvest salmon in the lower Yukon River. But anyways, I go back to 82, 93, 01, 09, we see that historical trend. And so therefore, and if we look further, we'll know where a portion of the problem is. Not all factors encountered, but anyway, that's my 2 cents worth. And I figured, as users, we should protect our resource by, if we see, for example, next summer, we see a pretty good amount come back into the Yukon, lay off them for the next so many years, and then see what we can do. I mean, of course, have a small controlled, maybe permitted harvest of those resources for cultural and traditional purposes. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you for those comments. Any further comments or questions from the U.S. delegation meeting room, Mr. Co-Chair?
Ragnar Ahlstrom, then Virgil.
Mr. Chairman, I think this question is probably for ADF&G. We do the preseason forecast, which is fine, but is management going more toward quickly amping up to in-season management? Is that the change we're seeing over the years, that because of uncertainty, that we have to forecast and then go to in-season management fairly quickly in the run? Has that changed from historically? Thank you.
Hi, thanks, Ragnar. So when I started in 2014 with fall season, we've had the same manager for the last 10 years. And so I've learned a lot from him. But during that time, we have the forecast, and it tells you the general trends of what the season's going to look like for fall chum. It's not the best, but we really rely on that preseason projection of the summer to fall chum relationship. The R squared is, I think, about 0.8. It's pretty good. And what's really nice is, so we rely on that pretty heavily at the beginning of the season until about the midpoint. And then we see if the preseason projection is aligning with our in-season projection. And the runs have been doing really well in the time that I've been here. which means our preseason projection is working. We're not taking too many fish. We're meeting escapement goals for the parent years. And one thing to note is we've had that tool, that summer to fall relationship that makes that preseason projection. We started that in the early 2000s and started building that. So we've had it for about 20 years. But if we would have had it back in the early 2000s, we would have been able to predict the crash, because in the early 2000s, the forecast was high for fall chum and said that we would be allowed to have a little bit of subsistence fishing. But the preseason projection said, hold off, don't be fishing. The summer chum run was poor, so the fall chum run is going to be poor. So what I'm trying to get at is we have much better tools in the last 20 years than what we had previously, which really helps us when we're starting to go into these crashes. So it's really the summer chum that tell us how to guide our fall season management conservatively.
Thank you, Christy. Thank you, Ragnar. Virgil, go ahead.
Thank you. Let's see, we had a pretty good report several years ago about what happened to the Kluane River with that glacier collapsing and changing the direction of the river, or a big part of it. And so, do you have any update on that or anything to say about, has Canada done anything to kind of keep a good eyeball on what's happening there?
Thanks for the question. Maybe a clarification. Do you mean about the diverted river or about Kluane River?
It diverted the water running into Kluane Lake and made it lower. And I know that the one spawning ground, the road, the big long bridge goes right over the top of it, I believe. Anyway, but a bunch of the, what might have been the spawning area got dewatered, is what unless my memory's messed up, I think that's what happened.
So yeah, so sorry, I can certainly speak to that. Yes, we've been going out to Kluane River every year since 2017, since that year following the change to Kluane Lake inputs, and been monitoring water temperature, water depth, and groundwater inputs. There have, in terms of dewatering, there hasn't been a significant amount. There has been one spawning area that looks to be used much less than it has been in the recent past. Conversely, there's one area where spawning seems to be beginning that we haven't seen before. So I would say yes to change. How significant and whether that's a negative change remains to be seen. Certainly spawning habitat continues to exist there. Fish are continuing to come back, although the numbers have been, especially the past 2 years, very low, as they have been across the drainage. But yeah, we've been looking at every year, both numbers and habitat, and we will continue to be looking at that.
Oliver, can you also comment on the Kuskokwalch Glacier and whether or not anything's changed since 2017 in regards to diversion of the flow status?
Certainly. The short answer is, barring any glacial surge, that change is permanent. The river is now flowing south to that sort of the lake at the terminus of the glacier is now, the outflow now flows south to the Alsek. It does not flow to Kluane Lake. That is very unlikely to change. That's a permanent change.
Maybe I'm wrong, but it seems to me like that one spawning area in Kluane Lake was one of the very few places chum salmon ever spawn in a lake. Is that correct or not?
To my knowledge, it's not common, yes. And the changes to the lake are, I would say, somewhat harder to evaluate. There is certainly much less risk of dewatering. Kluane is a large, rough lake. There's washed gravel down quite a ways. It's not all right near the lake, the upper part of the lake surface. And there does continue to be groundwater coming into the areas that I've visited. It's been hard to see what the influence has been on returning chum, because the past 2 years have had such low returns drainage wide. This past 2 years really would have been the ones to watch, because those are the fish that would have the eggs that would have been laid since the change. But untangling the drainage wide low returns from what effect there might be about water level changes in Kluane Lake or Kluane River has been very difficult.
Okay, thank you. I have some information a little bit on what John was talking about the area M fishery. They did catch just shy of 1.2 million fish this past year in the June fishery. And there was, because there was only 2 buyers, 2 processors, the information was confidential. Only one processor agreed to release information during the season, so we didn't find out really till postseason what they had caught. But means there's no chum cap or anything there anymore. They just had fish by a fishing schedule. We didn't know any of that. But to kind of put that in perspective, the last time they caught that many fish was in 1982. And if you look on page 135, look at 1982, and then look at the year 2000, and then look at this year. Okay, the year 2000 and 2001, and then you can also look on page, let's see. Page 105. It's got fall chum salmon run sizes. Look there at 1982, then look at 2000. Then look at 2001. Maybe that's actually a better one. But it shows in the year 2000, though, they only caught, I think, around 250,000 or so, because they were severely restricted in 2000 with a sliding chum cap during that period of time. And it was based on the projected return to the Kuskokwim, the Yukon, and I believe Norton Sound. I'm not sure. I can't remember. It's a long time for me to remember something off the top of my head that I can't look up. But anyway, and then you look at what's happened the last 2 years. But that year, they didn't catch hardly any. In 82, they did. And this year they did. They caught basically 1.2 million again. It was 1,167,000 or 68,000 is what they caught. And so that's, just adds on to a little bit of what John was saying. Because John and I both remember that well, because we've been involved in the fishery a long time, since back then. And so you remember things like that. And I remember 93 too. You look at that, 93 was a horrible year, but I don't know what area I'm caught in 93. But I know that 93, they had a 600,000 chum cap, and they had raised it to 900,000 in November of 91. And that was before we got a petition and the board rejected it. So I got, well, between Yerdfa and Tannerall Chiefs and the Native Corporation out of Nome, I gathered over 12,000 signatures, sent them to the governor, and he ordered the board to hear our petition. And we got it lowered to 700,000 in. But anyway, that just demonstrates that there's a kind of a relationship right there between 1982 and what's happened to this year, as far as what returned to the Yukon and in the fall fishery, and what area M caught. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Any further questions from the U.S. delegation meeting room at this time?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not at this time.
All right, next we'll go to Canadian panel member, Mr. Tim Gerberding. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Co-Chair, and thank you, Virgil. No, it would be great to have a copy of that binder, and maybe we need to have an R&E project to assist you to write your memoirs here and capture all of this information for us. It really is. But kind of following up on some of that thinking, I'd like to have a better understanding of, how the management of the various stocks in Alaska is integrated. We've talked a bit about, Area M. We know there's a huge fishery on the Kuskokwim, Yukon River, et cetera. Well, how do these all play off against one another? I think, part of the concern here, and what I'm hearing from Virgil is that, the actions taken in Area M have a real impact on the Yukon River fisheries. And so that's very important to understand. And another related question is, how do the commitments in the Yukon River Salmon Agreement affect the management of other fisheries in Alaska, such as the Area M fishery? And in particular, and this is, what I'm thinking about in part, I mean, if we had a higher escapement target for chum salmon, the same could apply to Chinook actually, on the Yukon River in Canada, and without meaning to intrude upon Alaska discretion over management of your own fisheries, perhaps somewhat more ambitious spawning escapement targets on some of the various tributaries in Alaska. I mean, if we had those and those were set out, as part of our treaty implementation arrangements, what effect, if any, would that have on the way that Alaska manages some of its other fisheries, such as Area M? So I hope I've articulated that in a comprehensible way. I know it's a big mouthful there, but yeah, I'd like to get all of this is integrated, and particularly how it relates to the management of Yukon River salmon stocks. So thank you for that.
Thank you very much for those questions, Tim, and acknowledge that much of that focus is on management processes currently and frameworks in place in Alaska. But the one aspect of your question that I can address, in particular, in regards to does or does not the Pacific Salmon Treaty, specifically Chapter 8 Yukon River Salmon Agreement, enable for the panel or the parties to consider such aspects as it relates to Yukon River salmon stocks? And the short answer to that one is yes. So Section 12 of the Yukon River Salmon Agreement does identify that there may be other interceptions, fisheries, either directed catch or bycatch of Yukon River salmon, in particular in the marine environment, and that there is a commitment by the parties to both identify, quantify, share information on such interceptions, and in particular in regards to bycatch, reduce such bycatch. And I think the Yukon River Panel has received presentations in the past, and we will continue to receive presentations at our annual pre-season meetings on some of the efforts that are being undertaken in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Island pollock fisheries as they pertain to Yukon River salmon bycatch. But Mr. Co-Chair, any further thoughts or perspectives on the question brought forward by Tim?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. I think you captured it quite well. The Yukon River Salmon Agreement, Treaty Agreement, does reference that the parties, as in the United States and Canada, will take into account all the various potential impacts on Yukon River salmon, transboundary salmon stocks in that regard. And there certainly has been action taken, not necessarily exclusively to Yukon, in various fisheries, It's trying to focus on both Yukon's component of, say, Western Alaska Chinook salmon or chum salmon and so on and so forth, both in the form of measures on bycatch mitigation and reduction, as well as some of the comments that even Virgil has made about prior actions taken by the Board of Fish in the Area M fishery in that regard. So yes, there is a recognized connection between Yukon stocks, and the parties have a responsibility to take that into account. But it does extend beyond just the Yukon in that regard to any other potential fisheries in Alaska or Canada that would be impacted by those various fisheries. If there's one other quick thing I'd like to mention is that there's very valid and well noted and articulated interest and concern that's been expressed over the course of this meeting. And certainly we want to be responsive to that interest and concern of the panel. And I've already been having kind of some preliminary communications with various ADF&G staff of starting to talk about or making arrangements to meet and talk about putting together presentations and providing information to the panel. I do want to note that I want to be very conscientious about not overwhelming the panel. We've got a tremendous number of topics, and there could be a tremendous amount of information between hatcheries, between bycatch, between Area M fisheries and peninsula fisheries in that regard that could be somewhat overwhelming. So I will be taking that into consideration in how we come back to the panel to provide you the information that you're seeking and to address as many of the concerns that have been expressed here as possible. So there will be more to come in that regard. And certainly many members, or through the chairs for that matter, that have additional questions or components or pieces of information they have interest in, please do feel free to pass that along even after this meeting is completed.
Could I have a very quick follow-up?
Go ahead.
Yes. So, yeah, thank you, Steve and John, for reminding us of the provisions in the Yukon River Salmon Agreement that do speak to reducing interceptions. The last part of my question or comment, was specific to perhaps strategic measures that could be adopted by the Yukon River Panel to improve the situation. And the example I used was, higher escapement targets. I mean, if the panel were to adopt higher escapement targets, I know that this discussion deals specifically with the escapement target for Canadian origin fish that spawn in Canada. Maybe there are related considerations in US. That's not my business. But if we were to adopt higher escapement targets, would that have a ripple effect on the management of some of these other fisheries? Thank you.
Thanks for that question, Tim. I don't know, Mr. Co-Chair, did you want to respond to the question? I would expect that the answer would be no, but I'll defer to you in that regard.
Oops, sorry, I had my mic on. It's a good question, Tim. And I guess it's not so much a function of saying we're going to have a higher escapement goal. It's what the escapement goal is. It's what the needs of the population is to sustain its production in that regard. If that means a higher or lower escapement goal, whatever the result is in that regard, then yes, it's going to have the effect. An escapement goal is an escapement goal. It's reserving the number of fish that's necessary to sustain future production for various approaches and reasons. But in particular, it reserves those fish for escapement only, for production, not for harvest of any kind. It's not available and intended to be available for harvest. So by that definition, to your question, that yes, escapement goals would have an effect on the potential for harvest from any source that would reduce or make it more difficult to achieve any escapement goal.
Well, thanks for that. And my final comment would be that, just to be clear, I don't think you're hearing from any of the Canadian delegates, a request for more fish for harvest. I think that our focus is very much on conservation, that is on getting fish onto the spawning grounds. So thank you for that.
Okay, thanks very much for that, Tim. And next we'll go to US panel member Andy Bassage. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Two quick comments, one more of a question. In regards to our US Co-Chair's statements there, I concur. And I just want to remind people that one of the things that's really important about local knowledge and local traditional knowledge is that people who live in this environment and live close to the resources realize very quickly that there is an interaction between many different aspects of all the resources that they harvest and rely upon. So what happens out in the marine environment directly affects us. What happens in the spawning environment directly affects us, and different species affect different species. So that holistic look at the things that we need to live on is an integral part, and that's what makes that so important, the TEK. I just wanted to remind the panel of that because that's constantly on my mind anyway. It's not just one element oftentimes. The question that I had is, my observation has been there have been additional changes other than environmental in regards to fall chum, Canadian origin fall chum, and that is that in prior years, more than a decade ago, there was a fairly substantial commercial fishery with fall chum. It was easily supported and heavily encouraged, and the escapement goals and the allowable catch based in the treaty was based upon a commercial harvest for both sales and for dog food. And that's no longer occurring in the fall chum fisheries in Canadian waters. And I just wonder if the Canadians have had any discussions about that. And the reason I bring that to point is that I've been very concerned, and for the last 12 years, I've been voicing my concerns about very high escapements on many years into Canada impacting fall chum returns due to over escapement, which we know that fall chum can be susceptible to over escapement, much more so than Chinook salmon. So I just wonder if there's been any discussion about those potential impacts of over escapement and non-use of fall chum by the Canadian delegation or the panel members in Canada. And I bring that up not as a criticism or anything, but just an observation. And I think it's something that the panel should discuss because I personally feel that might be also a contributing factor to some of the reduced runs, especially when you look at those graphs. I can't remember what page it was on, but we had some extremely, maybe the highest escapement years that were parent years to this year. So that's what brings my attention to it. And I'd love to get the numbers. I don't need them right now, but at some point in time, I'd love to get the numbers that were harvested commercially and by dog mushers when that was active back in the early and mid 2000s. I believe that ended somewhere in maybe around 2007 or somewhere in that range, I think. So if I could get those numbers at some point in time, I'd love to just kind of try and chew on those a little bit. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. I really appreciate the comments people are making and the discussion.
Thanks, Andy. And just for reference, the harvest information for fall chum salmon stocks, both in Canada and the US, is included in the Joint Technical Committee report appendices. And I'm sure that the US JTC members can refer you to the specific table. The only caveat is that there isn't differentiation of harvest by, how would I describe it, user or purpose. It's merely reported as commercial fishery harvest, regardless of what purpose those chum salmon were used for. Perhaps we'll go to the U.S. delegation meeting room, Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A question or comment from Virgil?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to kind of answer Tim's question. Upping the escapement goals wouldn't make any difference. We've missed it so bad in the last 2 years, it's unreal. And as far as our side, when it comes to what's in the agreement, is that we're going to endeavor to reduce harvest of Yukon River Chinook and fall chum salmon or Canadian origin salmon in the marine environment. That is the reason why doing genetic sampling is so important, because if we don't have genetic sampling that's been properly peer reviewed and the studies, it's been properly peer reviewed, then there will always be an argument. Well, how do you know those are Yukon Canadian origin, Yukon River Chinook or chum salmon? That's the argument you have. That's the argument you have before the Board of Fisheries. And so you have to convince 4 board members, yes, those are Yukon River fish bound for Canada before they'll take any action. That's what has to be done. I've done it. I did it in 2001. I convinced the board, but then the board, 4 of the board members that were on the board when I got that passed, got off of the board, and the new guys totally dissolved the management plan I put in place and increased their fishing time by 285% with absolutely no penalty of any kind on, and catch whatever fish you can catch in that amount of time is what ended up what happened. And that happened in 2004. But anyway, so you have to be able to have really good proof that those fish that they're harvesting really are Canadian origin. That's what you have to have. That's why it's so important to do these genetic studies that I've been trying to get done. And our co-chair says it looks like now the department is focusing on trying to get that done again. But that's what we got done in the 90s. But it took URDFA really working their rear ends off politically to get that done. That's how we got it done, is getting URDFA to influence different legislators to appropriate the money to get it done. That's how we got it done. Thank you.
Mr. Co-Chair, any further questions from the U.S. delegation?
Not at this time, Mr. Co-Chair. Thank you.
All right, appreciate all of the questions and dialogue from panel members and advisors. I think at this time we would like to move into our next presentation, number 6, which is the 2021 Yukon River Porcupine Chum Salmon Season Summary. And this is a U.S. presentation. I believe Christy, Gleason, and Bonnie Borba from Alaska Department of Fish and Game will be providing this presentation. Please go ahead.
Hi, this is Christy Gleason again. You can follow along on this with this presentation on page 143 of your packets. All right, so once again, a short introduction. I'm the new fall season manager for the Alaska Department of Fish and Game, and I co-manage with Holly Carroll with U.S. Fish and Wildlife. And today I will be presenting the 2021 U.S. Porcupine River Management Summary for the fall chum salmon. Next slide, number 2. Our 2021 projection for the Fishing Branch River was based on a drainage-wide Yukon River in-season projection of less than 300,000 fall chum salmon. The Canadian origin Fishing Branch River fall chum salmon make up about 4% of this drainage-wide projection. And so looking at the 2021 season, it was expected that the interim management escapement goal of 22,000 to 49,000 fish would not be achieved. And so at the beginning of the season, it was expected that subsistence salmon fishing in the US portion of the Porcupine River drainage was expected to be closed, similar to the rest of the Yukon River drainage. Next slide, number 3. So we use the Mainstem Yukon River sonar near Pilot Station to assess the fall chum salmon run. And in 2021, the fall chum run size was well below the 300,000 threshold needed to allow any subsistence fishing. We also use 2 projects in the Upper Yukon River to guide management actions on the Porcupine River. And these include the Porcupine River sonar and the Fishing Branch River rear. And these 2 projects in the upper river also confirmed what we were seeing in the lower river of an extremely low run size. Slide number 4. With the poor fall chum salmon run in 2021, similar management actions of the Yukon River districts were applied to the US portion of the Porcupine River drainage. And this included complete salmon closures for subsistence, personal use, sport, and commercial fishing. We did allow for subsistence non-salmon fishing similar to the rest of the Yukon River drainage with 4-inch or smaller mesh gill nets and other non-salmon gear. Later in the season, we reduced the 4-inch or smaller mesh gill nets fishing time. And we did allow for selective gear such as dip nets and manned fish wheels for non-salmon, but we required the release of fall chum and Chinook salmon immediately. And in the Porcupine River drainage, we maintained a salmon fishing closure through the end of December because this is an important spawning area for fall chum salmon. Next slide, number 5. I'd like to leave you with our contact information and at this time, pass it over to the Canadian fishery managers to present their information.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Maybe we'll open the floor to panel member questions or advisor questions on the US Porcupine postseason summary for 2021. Not seeing any questions online. Mr. Co-Chair, any questions in the meeting room, the US delegation meeting room at this point?
None at this time. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair.
Perhaps let's proceed then with the Canadian presentation for Porcupine River chum salmon. And perhaps there may be some questions that emerge from panel members following both presentations, so we'll provide that opportunity. Back over to Oliver Barker and Chris Carley from Fisheries and Oceans Canada. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Oliver and I will review the Fishing Branch Chum Salmon Stock Assessment Project and associated management actions taken in 2021. Next slide, please. I'll give a brief history of the management actions taken regarding Fishing Branch River Chum, and Oliver will provide a summary of the stock assessment program and the environmental conditions the chum encountered on their migration. Slide number 3, please.
So you'll be familiar now with this slide. As with previous presentations, we'll look at numbers from the preseason forecast, the in-season projection as it applies to Fishing Branch, pilot station numbers, and then passage estimates at Porcupine Sonar at Old Crow, and numbers from the weir at Fishing Branch River, which is just upstream of the spawning area. Slide 4.
The preseason forecast of 22,000 to 30,000 fishing branch river chum provided a Canadian harvest guideline of 0 to 2,560 chum, which would provide for a possible First Nation fishery, but would be insufficient for public angling. And like the Mainstem chum run, the preseason fishing branch forecast was expected to be revised in season. And it was on July 21st, data from pilot and the Lower Yukon River test fishery, along with information about the summer chum, fall chum relationship, was revealing a more accurate perspective on the true fishing branch river run size. The fishing branch forecast was revised and expected to be less than 22,000. Spawning escapement goals were not expected to be met, and as such, there wouldn't be an available harvest. Next slide, please.
So I'll return again to daily passage estimates at Pilot Station for chum during the fall season. And these are both Canadian and US stocks here. So like Mainstem Canadian origin chum, porcupine chum can be identified using genetics, but they are actually displayed here in green at the very bottom of the gray bars. They're effectively invisible. There are so few that they really can't be seen. This, I think, is a visual illustration. Particularly in low run years like this past year, Pilot Station isn't a very useful place to estimate porcupine chum numbers. Too much of a needle in a haystack. Slide 6. So moving well upriver, the next assessment site for porcupine chum is the Porcupine River Sonar at Old Crow. This year's passage estimate was 3,487 fish. That's 8% of the program average of 39,000, and certainly the lowest that we have seen. Slide 7. Moving upstream again to Fishing Branch. This program is just above the Fishing Branch spawning grounds, and the Weir Passage here is considered to be spawning escapement. There's no harvest above this. Daily counts at Fishing Branch Weir were also lowest on record at 2,413. Slide 8. Now, this is well below the long-term historical average of 40,000. That's the average between 1972, the beginning of this program, and 2020. Slide 9. It's also well below the more recent 10-year average of 20,000. This more recent period having been when returns have been quite a bit lower. Slide 10.
A summary of management actions taken by DFO in 2021, including reducing the retention and possession limits in the public fishery to 0. DFO managers met virtually attended an Old Crow community meeting in early May and hosted in-season assessment and management conference calls throughout the season. In-season information and updates were developed with Untitled First Nation Natural Resources staff. The Untitled First Nation government partnered with DFO to deliver the Porcupine and Fishing Branch River assessments, and the Untitled government considered in-season information and provided updates to citizens through radio programming and community updates. Next slide, please. This is a summary of the harvest and escapement outcomes from the Fishing Branch River assessment, and it shows the total run size did not meet the lower bound of the preseason forecast, and spawning escapement did also didn't meet the lower bound of the interim management escapement goals. Next slide, please.
So returning to this year's count at Fishing Branch, we'll pull back and compare this to previous years as we've done before here. Slide 13. Looking at spawning escapement, this year's exceptionally low, well below the IMEG, the interim management escapement goal shown in black bars here. Slide 14. Looking at harvest added to spawning escapement, US harvest estimate in gray, Canadian harvest estimate in red, spawning escapement in green. This year's harvest was effectively nil, and foregoing that harvest would not have resulted in meeting the escapement goal range. Slide 15. Adding US harvest and Canadian harvest together to spawning escapement gives total estimated run size. Again, this year's exceptionally low at 2,456 fish. Slide 16. And let's look at age, sex, and length from Fishing Branch chum. Here we're looking at age with age 3 at the bottom in white age 4 just above that in light green, age 5 above that in dark green, and age 6 at the very top in black. Like we saw at Eagle, there was a significantly higher proportion of age fish this year than on average. That's true at all of the assessment programs that we've had to look at. Slide 17. Then looking at the male to female ratio at Fishing Branch, this year's female portion was 48%, which was slightly below the average of 54%. Slide 18. And finally, looking at patterns over time in length of male and female Fishing Branch chum. Males are above, females below. Both male and female fish were below average size this year, particularly male fish. And given the lower portion of age 5 fish this year as a major contributor, that's not a particular surprise. Slide 19. And before we end, briefly review environmental conditions for the Canadian sections of the Porcupine drainage. For the Porcupine River at Old Crow, the start of some actual rain on 6th of August this past summer brought the river up from record lows to near average levels, dropped the temperature from 18 to 13 degrees overnight. And so the chum that arrived after that, they had average water levels and water temperatures well within their comfort zone. They were slightly above averages, seasonal averages until mid-September, then a sort of dose of early winter hit and the temperatures went to average or below. And then on to the Fishing Branch River upstream, water levels were consistently low through the whole season. And water temperatures were very close to the average until mid-September. Again, that the cold weather began and water temperatures were below average from then on to the end of October. Slide 20. So that's our Porcupine Chum presentation. I'm happy to take some questions.
Very much, Oliver and Chris. So at this point, we'll open the floor to any panel or advisor questions on the Canadian Porcupine River 2021 postseason presentation. And perhaps by extension, also any questions on the US presentation received previously. We'll start with the US delegation meeting room. Go ahead, Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have a question or comment from John Lamont.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Thank you for that report. A number of years ago, there was a couple lakes up in that area that dried out and had an impact on the return of chum. I'm not sure it was the Mainstem porcupine or the Fishing Branch. There was a report from one of the First Nations groups up there. And so is there any updated information on that? Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair.
Yeah, I can speak to that to a certain degree, although I may see if there are any Vuntagwitchin government advisors who can speak to it more directly. I believe what you're referring to, there were perhaps one or two small lakes or ponds where a permafrost failure caused the bank to fail and those ponds drained. And I believe that was to the Mainstem porcupine, but I would look to any Vuntagwitchin representatives if they are here to confirm that. That would have been a sudden release of somewhat warmer and perhaps water with more sediment, unlikely to affect spawning areas, given that they were in Mainstem porcupine downriver of where we would know porcupine chum to spawn, but indicative of climate change impacts in that part of the world.
Perhaps Al von Finster, did you want to add any information on this particular topic?
Sure, I can. I think the lakes you're talking about are on the what is called the Crow River, and it enters the Porcupine immediately above Old Crow. And it's an old lake bottom, and what's happening is that the thermal aquiclude, so that means that the land underneath the lake has been frozen for thousands of years, but it's melting. And as it melts, it opens up it erodes very quickly and the lakes drain. The lakes are quite shallow, so they could only be 2 or 3 meters deep, but they're quite extensive, so they could be several kilometers long. So they're not really affecting the areas that are used for spawning. There is some spawning upstream from there by both Chum and Chinook River salmon, sorry, but it's quite a ways upstream from that. Pauline or perhaps if Stanley's on, they can expand it further. But I think that's basically what you're looking at. There are a number of lakes all the way around Old Crow as you go down the Porcupine River, and all of them are showing the effects of climate change in that the areas around them are noticeably slumping, the ice is moving, the big plains, the ice is all moving, leaving pattern grounds behind. I should mention that Stanley and I went up there last year. We flew out of Dawson City with a chopper. We flew up Fishing Branch. We flew over to Minor River and to the Bluefish River, and then back along the Porcupine itself. And everywhere we went, we were seeing effects of climate change when drying out meadows and shrubs moving up onto the older meadows. It's area. The lakes were in the process of disappearing. So that area is an area of rapid landscape change. As far as the Fishing Branch goes, though, it's relatively stable. As we get a little bit further into that, I'll speak to that again. Thank you.
Thank you for that information, Al. Any other comments from our Canadian panel members or advisors in regards to this topic that you'd like to share? Okay, not seeing any at this time. Mr. Co-Chair, any further questions from the U.S. delegation meeting room in Fairbanks?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we have a question or comment from Virgil. Go ahead.
Thank you. My question is, how far is the weir from the actual spawning grounds?
I would hesitate to give you a definitive number. It's on the order of 5 kilometers, less than 10.
Thank you. And what was the date that you shut down the weir? Somewhere around the 13th or 14th of October or what?
I would look to Chris because he was the one that shut down. It was later than that in October, and the daily passage had trickled to 1 or 2 fish. Chris, do you recall?
October 22nd.
Okay, thank you. Being there wasn't near as many fish this year, what did the bears do?
I can speak to this, having had a friend who was at the bear viewing lodge this year. Whatever the bears were doing, it wasn't spending much time on the spawning grounds. They didn't see very many bears, and they didn't see them frequently compared to previous years. So eating something else, being somewhere else.
Okay, no, I was curious about the grizzly bears because, the Toklat River, we gave up on it, and it's a similar river. It used to be counted as one of our escapement goals, but there's lots of bears over there too, but they're all nocturnal, not like the ones you guys have. And so I was just curious because I know the state of Alaska did a study once on how much of the bears can catch and eat or catch and kill. And on the McNeil River, they did that study. And I know there they said that they were the bears, but they were bigger bears. They were brown bears instead of grizzly bears, but that they could actually account for about 50% of the fish that got to the spawning grounds. The Canadians have any, so my question is, do you guys have any idea what the mortality rate is on the salmon that get to the Fishing Branch from the grizzly bears?
I can field that to a certain degree. I can't answer your question exactly because we don't have an estimate of how many chum would be killed by bears on the spawning grounds. I would, I guess, differentiate though between the kind of system at Fishing Branch and what you might see at the McNeil River. I believe in McNeil there are numerous runs of fish coming in through the season, so there's a longer period of salmon coming in, whereas at Fishing Branch it's much shorter period with just the chum. More so than at McNeil, the bears at Fishing Branch would have to rely on other sources of food for the rest of their year, and so there's a limit there to how much food is available elsewhere that would have an impact on how many bears that area can support in total.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, no additional questions from the Fairbanks group at this time.
Mr. Co-Chair, and perhaps we'll go to Canadian panel member Alvon Finster. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry to get into this in such detail. I was there in 1999, and that was before they turned it into a park. And we actually, through DFO, we helped them, the government of Yukon, turn it into a park. We looked at the Fishing Branch from basically, we went from the mouth of the river and upstream. We found that at that time there was roughly 1,000 salmon were spawning downstream of the DFO weir. And we could tell they were spawning because the Fishing Branch is relatively rich in, and the reds show up very, very nicely. It's a limestone mountain, so early in the season, it turns to algae, and as soon as the salmon spawn, you can see them clear as day. The Fishing Branch above that, there were salmon spawning all the way up to the major area. And the major area is where I think the majority of the spawning takes place, but it is by no means all of the area where the spawning takes place. When we went around, we went up to the top area, an area that's looked at this year through a project by Untitled and EDI, or a potential project, Untitled and EDI. And in that area, we landed and took water temperature and also water samples. And there was absolutely no sign of bear. There was no scat there. There was no anything there. The bears were all downstream of the area that you're looking at. I should mention that the Fishing Branch has no falls. It has no obstructions to upstream migration, and it's relatively large and relatively deep. And it's relatively hard for any kind of a bear to get at the salmon unless the salmon are at a physiological state where they're able to be caught. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments and information, Al. Any final questions from panel members or advisors at this point before we move to our next presentation? Okay, not seeing any. Thank you very much, Chris and Oliver, and as well as Christy and Bonnie for your presentations this afternoon. We will proceed now to our final presentation of the second session of the day, and that is a presentation focusing on some of the marine research involving Yukon River Chinook and Chum salmon. And I believe we have Sabrina Garcia and Jim Murphy that will be providing this presentation. And following the presentation, we will break for 1 hour for lunch, and then move into our final session of the afternoon. So I'd like to, I guess, invite Mr. Murphy and Ms. Garcia to proceed with the presentation.
Well, thank you, Mr. Co-Chairs and panel members, for inviting Sabrina and I to come present some of the information on the juvenile salmon that we sample in our Northern Bering Sea surveys. So as most folks are familiar with, I work as a fisheries research biologist for the Alaska Fisheries Science Center here in Juneau, Alaska. And I lead the marine surveys in the Northern Bering Sea, and Sabrina also plays a key role in the salmon research on the surveys for Fish and Game. And maybe before I start, I'd have Sabrina introduce herself.
Thanks, Jim, and thanks to the panel again for inviting us. I apologize that I don't have a camera on, but I don't actually have a camera on my computer. I know lots of you on the call, and it's nice to see you all. For those I don't know, my name is Sabrina Garcia, and I'm a marine biologist with the Alaska Department of Fish and Game based in Anchorage. And as Jim mentioned, I've been a part of the Northern Bering Sea surveys for a few years now, mostly working with Jim on the Chinook salmon work, but starting to focus our attention to chum salmon. And that's what I'll be presenting on a little later today. Thanks, Jim.
Yeah, thank you. We'll go to slide 2. So there we go. So I'll provide just a little brief introduction to the surveys in the Northern Bering Sea. These are surveys that are currently referred to now as the Northern Bering Sea Surface Trawl and Ecosystem Survey. These surveys have been part of various research programs in the past, and so they have been referred to other names, but they basically are sampling this coastal areas of the Northern Bering Sea. As you see here, the figures on the right show the locations that were sampled in 2021. The survey takes place in September, so most juveniles are approaching the end of their first growing season in the Bering Sea and will have spent approximately 2 to 3 months at sea before they're captured during the survey. Next slide, slide 3. Surface trawls are used to provide information on the distribution and abundance of juveniles. And we also incorporate information on juvenile habitat. In particular, we use information on mixed layer depth in the estimates of the juvenile Chinook abundance. We also incorporate information on stock origin of the juveniles and provide stock-specific juvenile abundance estimates. The survey also supports research on juvenile ecology to provide an ecosystem context to the estimates of juvenile abundance and some of the forecast models that we provide from the surveys. This research has largely been focused on identifying how warming climate conditions and the loss of Arctic sea ice is altering the diet and the condition and the growth of juvenile salmon in the Northern Bering Sea. So the figure on the lower right shows how surface temperatures have changed over time in the Northern Bering Sea. And we've seen that temperatures have been above average since 2014, and we observed record warm temperatures in 2019. Although temperatures were still above average this last year in 2021, they did drop back down to levels that were just above average. Next slide. Abundance models for juvenile Chinook salmon were developed about 10 years ago in response to declining run sizes of Western Alaska Chinook salmon. And the figure on the left is a familiar multi-year distribution of juvenile Chinook in the Northern Bering Sea. Although the figure is a little bit outdated, it still captures sort of the overall distribution of juvenile Chinook salmon. It is important to point out that the migratory patterns of Chinook are quite dynamic, and so their distribution in any given year can be quite different than this overall distribution, average distribution. And for example, this year, nearly half of the juvenile Chinook salmon were distributed within Norton Sound. The figures on the right show how the stock origins of juvenile Chinook have changed over time in the Northern Bering Sea. And these are data that's provided by Liz Lee in the Gene Conservation Lab at Fish and Game. The Upper Yukon stock group, and this is the figure on the lower right, is consistently the largest stock group of Chinook salmon in the Northern Bering Sea, and approximately half of the juveniles, with an overall average about 46%, originate from the Upper Yukon drainage of the Canadian. These are the Canadian origin Chinook. Their proportion has been relatively stable over time, with the exception of the recent warm years in 2018-2019, where we saw a significant decline in the proportion of Upper Yukon Chinook salmon in the Northern Bering Sea. Next slide. So stock-specific abundance estimates of Chinook are shown here in the figures on the left, and the numbers of juveniles per spawner are shown in the figures on the right. The dashed lines in the figures on the right are the number of spawners that produce the juveniles that we sampled in Northern Bering Sea. We construct abundance estimates for the Upper Yukon stock group. Those are the two figures on the top. Also for the total Yukon River stock group, and these are the figures on the bottom. Both stock groups have exhibited a similar trend over time and indicate a decline in juvenile abundance since 2013. However, we did see a slight increase in the abundance of the upper Yukon stock group in 2021. The number of juveniles per spawner provide an indicator of the early life history survival of Chinook salmon. And similar to the trend that we see in juvenile abundance, the number of juveniles produced per spawner has declined since 2013. And we also did see an increase in the number of juveniles per spawner for the upper Yukon stock group this last year in 2021. Next slide. There's been a relatively stable relationship between juvenile and adult abundance for Chinook salmon. These are the figures on the left. And this indicates that much of the year-to-year variation in returns occurs during the early life history stages of salmon. Now, the survival of Chinook salmon after this stage is still important. It's just been more stable than their survival that occurs during their early life history stages. And it's this relationship between juvenile and adult abundance that we have that allows us to project future run sizes to the Yukon River. And so these are the figures on the right. The gray bars on the figures on the right are the observed run, and the error bars that are shown in the figures on the right are the range of predicted run sizes that we've developed from these models. And they both have projected a decline in the run size for Yukon River Chinook salmon in 2022 due to the decline in juvenile abundance. Our ability to project run sizes beyond
Sorry to interrupt, Jim, but Mr. Co-Chair, did you lose Jim's audio feed in the Fairbanks meeting room?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we did. We were wondering if it was our internet that may have disconnected, but I think it may be an issue on Jim's end.
I believe so. Sabrina, are you still connected?
Yes, I'm still here. Can you guys hear me okay?
We can hear you, yes.
Well, maybe I'll just
yeah, is it possible for you to take over?
Absolutely. Maybe I'll just start from the top for folks. I don't really know when it cut out for everybody.
Sabrina, why don't you go ahead and just continue with this slide? Don't start from the beginning of the presentation, just this slide.
Sure. Yep, that's what I meant. Yep. So as Jim was saying, for juvenile Chinook salmon, their survival after we see them in the survey is pretty stable. And that's why we see these relationships here, where when we see increases in juvenile abundance, we tend to see increases in Chinook salmon returns a few years later. So on the top, we have the model for the upper Yukon stock, and on the bottom we have the model for the total Yukon stock. And on the right side of the slide, you can see our forecast for each of the stock groups. So Canadian origin Chinook on the top and total Yukon Chinook on the bottom. And as you can see, based on our model, we are predicting another decrease in both of these stock groups for the 2022 run year. And I think Jim made the point, but I'll just say it again. While later marine survival is still important, it's stable. And because of that stable marine survival, after we see these juveniles in the survey, that's why we are able to predict pretty reliably these adult returns. Next slide. So in addition to juvenile abundance, another thing that we look at on these Northern Bering Sea surveys is energy condition. And this just gives us an indication of how much fat these juvenile Chinook salmon have stored in their body. And we tend to think that the higher energy condition of these juvenile Chinook salmon going into their first winter, so the higher energy they have, they're more likely to survive their first winter at sea. So this graph here is showing the sea surface temperature on the bottom axis, and then the energy density for juvenile Chinook on the left axis. And what you can see here is that generally as the sea surface temperature increases, we tend to see an increase in the energy density. But what you'll notice is that there's one point, it's about at 11.5 degrees, and that relationship starts to decrease. So it seems like there's a threshold up to which energy density increases with temperature, but once it gets too warm, they're no longer, that relationship doesn't hold anymore. So that may tell us that up to a certain temperature, prey quality and prey quantity are good enough for juvenile Chinook salmon to grow and store energy. But once it gets past this threshold, it seems like they're no longer able to do that. Next slide.
I'll jump in just a second. Sorry, we lost our connection. But yeah, thanks Sabrina for taking us through. But I am back on again, but I'll let you talk about chum salmon here.
Sure, thanks, Jim. Okay, so now we're going to switch gears from Chinook and talk about juvenile chum, and I'm going to talk about the following topics. So we're going to start with juvenile chum salmon distribution in the Eastern Bering Sea, followed by juvenile chum salmon abundance and how we could possibly use abundance data to predict adult returns in the future. And then we'll cover a little bit of the early marine ecology of chum salmon. Next slide. So in order to understand juvenile chum salmon distribution in the Eastern Bering Sea, the Gene Conservation Lab, specifically Elizabeth Lee, has analyzed tissues from juvenile chum salmon caught during both the Northern Bering Sea and Southern Bering Sea surveys from 2009 to 2019. And this recent genetic analysis has added to genetic results from an earlier study conducted by folks at NOAA that genotyped juvenile chum salmon from 2003 to 2007. So with these two studies combined, we now have all of the years from the Northern Bering Sea survey analyzed. So with these genetic results, we've performed two separate analyses, the first on which I'm showing on this slide. So the goal of this first analysis was to find out where upper Yukon fall chum salmon are present in the Eastern Bering Sea. And we need to know this information to find out what catch data should be included in the juvenile fall chum salmon model. So to do this, we grouped juvenile chum salmon into three groups, which you can see on this figure. The first group includes juvenile chum salmon from 58.5 to 60 degrees north. The second group are juvenile chum salmon caught between 60 and 63 degrees north. And that third group is chum salmon caught between 63 and 66 degrees north. So those black bars separate the three groups, and the pie charts that are within each of those bars show the results of the genetic analysis. So the blue pieces represent Asian stocks, and these are primarily made up of wild chum salmon from northeastern Russia. Orange is Kotzebue Sound. Gray is coastal western Alaska, which includes Norton Sound, lower Yukon, Kuskokwim, and Bristol Bay. And yellow is the upper Yukon fall chum salmon stock. So overall, our results match what the trends that were seen in the earlier analysis from 2003 to 2007. And typically we see that fall chum salmon are found in the highest proportion in that group one band. So between 58.5 degrees north to 60 degrees north. And I'll just point out that that's considered the Southern Bering Sea. So when Jim and I go out on the Northern Bering Sea survey, we are not sampling that south. Those are being sampled by a Southern Bering Sea survey that's also conducted by NOAA. But you'll see that the proportion of upper Yukon fall chum salmon decreases as you move north. So in that second group, we have about 29% fall chum salmon, and it decreases to about 6% in that highest north group. One thing I wanted to note is that while the group one has the highest proportion of fall chum salmon, the highest catches of juvenile chum salmon occur in that group 2 band, which is where the Northern Bering Sea survey occurs. Next slide. So for the second analysis, we combined groups 1 and 2. So where we found that we had the highest proportions of juvenile upper Yukon fall chum salmon. And then we reanalyzed it using data from 2009 to 2019. 2009 is excluded because unfortunately we didn't have enough samples from that year. So what you can see here are the yearly proportions of fall chum salmon relative to all the other stocks combined from 2010 to 2019. We don't have proportions for 2013 because those samples were lost. And like I said, 2009 was excluded because we didn't have enough samples. So overall, between 2010 and 2019, fall chum salmon make up between 23 and 40% of the juvenile chum salmon between 58.5 and 63 degrees north. Next slide. So for those of you who've seen me present this before, you'll recognize the caution tape. For those that haven't, I've thrown up these caution tapes at the top of the slides, and you'll see them in the next few slides that I present. This model is still in development, and there is more work that we need to do. And if you continue to see these work over time, it'll probably change. So I just wanted everyone to be aware that what I'm showing is subject to change as this work continues. So what I'm showing on this slide is a juvenile fall chum salmon index. So to calculate this index, I included juvenile chum salmon caught between 58.5 and 63 degrees north, because as I showed in the previous slide, this is where most of the juvenile fall chum salmon from the upper Yukon are found. And there was no survey in 2008 or 2020, so that's why there's no abundance index for those years. And I'm calling this an index instead of an abundance estimate because juvenile chum salmon move offshore faster than juvenile Chinook salmon do. So we know we aren't sampling through the entire population like we are for Chinook. Similarly, the same area is not sampled across the entire time series. So as an example, the Southern Bering Sea is not sampled in odd years. So moving forward, we need to figure out how to deal with inconsistent sampling across years. Now, the years across the bottom are the years that the survey occurred, and that's the year that these juvenile fall chum salmon were caught. So from 2003 to 2021, we can see some variability in the index across the years. Juvenile chum salmon caught in the survey are considered to be age 1, so would return to the Yukon 3 and 4 years later as age 4 and age 5 fish predominantly. And I just wanted to point out that 2017 juvenile year, so the juveniles caught in 2017 would have returned as age 4 chum in 2020 and age 5 fish in 2021. And as everyone here knows, both 2020 and 2021 had extremely low runs of chum salmon. However, as you can see from this figure, the juvenile chum salmon index was below average, but it was higher than what we've seen in earlier years like 2003 to 2007. Some good news is that since 2017, the juvenile abundance index for fall chum was slightly above average in 2018 and very much above average in both 2019 and 2021. These high indices could contribute to improved run sizes over the next few years, but again, we'll need to see what materializes from these juvenile years. Next slide. So now that I've shown the juvenile abundance index, the next step is to show how these indices may or may not predict future adult returns. So this figure shows the relationship between the juvenile fall chum salmon index that I just showed on the previous slide on the bottom axis and the adult returns from those juvenile years on the y-axis. The labels by the data point show the juvenile year, so that's the year that the survey occurred. And this figure shows the relationship only through brood year 2014, so through juvenile year 2015. So for this time series, we see a relationship that is similar to what we see for juvenile Chinook, in that a higher juvenile chum salmon index generally corresponds with higher fall chum salmon returns. However, you can see that the strength of this relationship is influenced by that 2014 juvenile year in the top right. Next slide. Now I'm showing the same figure, but I have added in the most recent completed brood year. So that's brood years 2015 and 2016, which correspond to juvenile years 2016 and 2017. So with the addition of these two brood years, you can see that the relationship between juvenile abundance and the corresponding adult returns weakens quite a bit. That is, the data points are falling farther away from the regression line that is shown in black. Based on the relationship, the juvenile abundance estimates from both 2016 and 2017 were expected to have produced more adult returns than what actually showed up in the river. For example, the 2012 juvenile year had a similar abundance to the 2017 juvenile year, but produced almost 5 times more adult returns. The lower than expected adult returns from the 2016 and 2017 juvenile years suggest that later marine survival in those years was lower than expected. So the important thing to take away from this slide are that one, the population dynamics between Chinook and chum salmon are different. So what may be true for one species may not be true for another. And that the other thing to take away is that we need to consider additional variables besides juvenile chum salmon abundance in the Eastern Bering Sea to be able to reliably forecast adult returns. Ellen from NOAA provided a quick update on the chum salmon adult equivalency model for the Bering Sea pollock fishery bycatch. And once those estimates become available, that's an example of something that we could include in the model. Other examples include things like temperature in the Gulf of Alaska, where these chum salmon overwinter, or energy density values going into their first winter. So lots of more work to do to refine this model. Next slide. Since I mentioned earlier that since the survey began in 2003, we've also been monitoring the energy density of juvenile salmon. As I mentioned earlier, energy density provides a measure of the stored energy in the animal's body and is largely determined by the amount of fat content that they have. And so higher energy is thought to improve their winter survival. So the box plot on the left shows the spread of the energy density values for juvenile chum salmon caught in the Northern Bering Sea for the year shown on the bottom. The black line in the middle of each box shows the median energy density for that year. The median is the middle of the data set, so half of the data is above that value. So half of the energy densities for that year are above that value and half are below. The dashed blue line shows the average energy density across the entire time series. From this figure, you can see that energy density values for chum salmon have been variable over the time series. However, juvenile chum salmon caught in 2016 and 2019 had energy density values that were all below average. And one thing that's interesting to note is that in addition to our energy density work, we also do stomach content analysis to get an idea of what these fish are eating. And in both 2016 and 2019, juvenile chum salmon had higher than average proportions of jellyfish in their diets, which aren't as nutritious as other prey items like fish. The figure on the right shows the relationship between sea surface temperature and juvenile chum salmon energy density. So this is the same figure that we showed for Chinook salmon, where we saw their energy density increase with temperature up to a threshold and then decrease. But unlike Chinook salmon, the energy density of chum salmon, shown on the right graph on the y-axis, tends to decrease with increasing surface temperature, shown on the bottom axis. So we can see that 2019, which was the warmest year in the Northern Bering Sea since 2003, you can see that year in the bottom of the figure. This decline in energy density may suggest that prey quantity or quality may not be enough to both help these fish grow quickly and store energy for their first winter, because metabolic rates increase as temperature increases. As Jim mentioned earlier, the 2021 sea surface temperatures were closer to average. And so we hope that the energy density for juvenile chum salmon caught during the 2021 survey will be a little closer to average. Next slide. So to summarize what we've presented today, for Chinook salmon, we expect another year of declining run sizes for both Canadian origin and total Yukon stocks in 2022. However, we're cautiously optimistic that the increased juvenile Chinook abundance that we saw during the 2021 survey will translate into increased returns in the future. Juvenile fall chum salmon reached record high abundance in 2019 and 2021, which is hopefully good news. However, the increased late stage marine mortality for juveniles caught in 2016 and 2017 weakened the juvenile to adult relationship, which is the basis for the forecast model. So we are going to explore adding additional variables to the model to see if we can do a better job of predicting adult returns. And we will also continue to monitor changes in diet and energy density for all juvenile salmon species. The Northern Bering Sea Survey attempts to understand juvenile salmon ecology in an ecosystem context. So to do this, we study all parts of the ecosystem, starting at their habitat and working our way up to their prey and then their predators. So we do this by taking water samples at every station to look at temperature and nutrient levels. We do zooplankton and surface trawl tows so that we can get an idea of prey distribution and their quality by analyzing prey energy density. And we're also looking at environmental DNA where we're using environmental DNA to look at predator distribution along with satellite tags to track the movements of salmon sharks. And I'm happy to report that the Northern Bering Sea Survey will be occurring this September 2022. And with that, Jim and I will be happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much for the presentation, Jim and Sabrina. I just note we're at the top of the hour, and I'll check with Mr. Co-Chair. What are your thoughts? And also perhaps confirm with Jim and Sabrina. Would you like to continue to proceed with questions running into our scheduled break, or perhaps break now and resume following our lunch session, our lunch break with additional questions for Sabrina and Jim, Mr. Co-Chair?
Mr. Chair, I suggest that given the number of additional agenda items on the afternoon agenda, that we may be able to maybe break for lunch a little later. Let's proceed with questions now, perhaps see how long it goes, but maybe cutting it off around 12:30 or another half an hour, both Alaska and Yukon time, and that we would still then have time, take an hour lunch after questions are done, and still have adequate time to complete our agenda items this afternoon. My main thinking is that while the presentation is fresh in everyone's mind before breaking for lunch, it may be best to proceed with questions.
Mr. Co-Chair. So the proposal is to proceed for another 30 minutes, then break for a 1 hour lunch. Any objections from panel members? Or I guess Jim and Sabrina?
Yep, my schedule is flexible. I'm happy to take questions anytime.
Okay.
Yep, same here.
So not seeing any objections, we'll proceed then. Perhaps we'll start with the U.S. delegation meeting room in Fairbanks. Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have a question from Darcy Peter. Go ahead.
Thank you for the presentation. Yeah, seeing a 35.7% confidence in the relationship on page or slide 13. I don't know if it's page 182. That's really low. I think, this should be indicative of, this should be useful information that we should be able to use. Yeah, I mean, I guess I just want to highlight that we absolutely need to incorporate bycatch in this model in particular, and we need more information on bycatch, because if this isn't explaining it, if nothing else is explaining it, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I know there's a lot of moving pieces and a lot of contributing factors, but I mean, yeah, I'm just floored. So I think I just want to, again, reiterate the need for bycatch information. Thank you.
Co-Chair, any additional questions or comments from the U.S. delegation meeting room?
Yes, we have Brooke, and then we'll go to Virgil. Go ahead, Brooke.
Thank you for the presentation. I had a question for Ellen. Sabrina, you mentioned you were waiting for that information to be available. When will that information be available and applied to this presentation, or the information, the research?
Hi, yeah, this is Ellen Yasuni-Ishii with NOAA Fisheries in Juneau. I provided kind of an update on when to expect the Chinook AQ model to be operational, hopefully by June. From there, we do have information on age available for chum salmon that were bycaught in the pollock fishery for the last 20 years, along with genetic information. So I think once we get the Chinook AQ model up and running, more automated, it will be take less time to operationalize the chum salmon model. But I don't actually have an exact date or time for that, when that will happen, but it's in the works.
Co-Chair, any further Questions from the US delegation meeting room?
Mr. Chair, perhaps not to monopolize the Fairbanks in-person meeting room. Let's go to a couple of online attendees and then we'll come back to the US section in Fairbanks.
Very well, thank you. So next we'll go to Canadian panel member Carl Sidney. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, I wonder if you can hear me.
You can both hear and see you, yes.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I do have an objection, but nobody asked. But it doesn't seem to matter. I don't usually have lunch at 3 in the afternoon. But anyhow, thank you very much for that presentation. I have a couple of Jim and Sabrina, thank you. On your last slide, it said page 15, but it was the last slide in regards to predator distribution. What exactly is meant by that? Is that actually measuring what the predators were for chum and Chinook? And the other thing I wonder, I don't know how you would ever do it, but I wonder if there was any way to study what this food supply was out in the Bering Sea. Thank you.
Hey, Carl, this is Sabrina. Thanks for your question. The reason I put the predator distribution on there was just to highlight some of the work that is going on the survey. So while we're focused on salmon, we can't think about salmon in a vacuum. We have to think about things that affect salmon, and that includes their habitat, their prey, and their predators. So we're looking at predator distribution because our surface trawl does a great job of catching juvenile fish, but it's not as good at catching their predators. So environmental DNA is this pretty new technology that what it does is, fish, when they're swimming in the ocean, they tend to leave bits of their DNA. So when we're out on the vessel, we scoop up water at each of our stations, and then we filter it and we look for predator DNA. So we're looking for marine mammal DNA, lamprey DNA, salmon shark DNA, to see if the predators were there, because we're not catching them in our nets. So that's just one tool that we're using just to let us know, are predators overlapping with their salmon prey. And then another piece of that is our salmon shark tagging work. So for this one, when we do catch a salmon shark in the net, this maybe happens, excuse me, it can happen 0 times in a survey, it could happen once or twice. What we'll do is we'll attach satellite tags to these sharks, and these tags give us about 3 years worth of movement data. And so what that tells us is, where are these sharks going in the ocean throughout the year? And are these sharks overlapping in time and in space with salmon? So are they overlapping? Are we seeing sharks where we expect Chinook to be, or where we expect chum to be? So we don't really have a great handle on where they go. So this is just one more piece of the puzzle that we're looking at. And the second question was that about juvenile salmon diet, what they're eating?
Well, I was wondering what if there was an abundance of food out there, or are they running out of food? I know Virgil brought it up a few times about the amount of fish fry and juvenile that were being released by Japan and Juneau, and I was wondering about the abundance of food. And while I have the mic, I was wondering about harbor seals. Did you guys notice if there was more harbor seals up there? Thank you.
I'll let Jim, if you don't mind, if you want to talk about maybe the zooplankton distribution and some of the forage fish biomass indices that we have, and maybe that might help answer Carl's question. And in terms of the harbor seals, Carl, when we are out on the survey, we do have someone who is counting marine mammals. I don't have their counts readily accessible. I might be able to grab them in a minute. So I don't know about harbor seals, but I think that's one of the challenges with predators is, we have to know how many there are, and that's the hard part, is have we seen an increase in harbor seals in your example that would suggests that there is increased predation. And I think that's a tricky piece of the salmon puzzle.
Yeah, I guess add a little bit to that. There's like Sabrina mentioned, we have observers, so they monitor all the marine mammals and seabird distributions, and they generate abundance estimates for those species groups during the survey. And we don't see harbor seals on the survey, but that's one thing that's often quite tricky with predator studies, is that just because you don't see them doesn't mean that they don't have an impact. So I think, just seeing evidence of these marine mammals by sightings isn't always an indication that they're not there. And the eDNA will get a little bit, provide another layer to that question on predator distributions. As far as food availability, it's a little bit tricky. We monitor zooplankton, so we know the base of the food chain and how that's changing. And so we haven't seen large changes in some of the small zooplankton community, which is the main zooplankton species that are present in this coastal northern Bering Sea area. But we do see, we monitor the stomach fullness of juvenile salmon, and we have shown that their stomach fullness is declining with these warming temperatures. And so by inference, it would possibly indicate that there may be a reduction in the food that's available to salmon. It's much more pronounced with chums, but we do see a decline in stomach fullness in both Chinook and chum salmon. I think some of the questions related to competition and food availability, may point to locations other than the northern Bering Sea, especially if we get into like competition with other regions like Southeast Alaska or Japan. That's going to be during their high sea stages. So there's not obviously really much in the way of Japanese chum salmon or Southeast Alaska chum salmon in the same area of the juveniles. They'll overlap later in their life. We do have a fairly large survey that's going to be starting up really soon. In fact, I leave tomorrow to go on the survey, and that will be studying the Gulf of Alaska and looking at the stock composition of salmon and looking at competition and condition of salmon out in the open ocean. So we're hoping maybe we'll get a little better understanding of some of those questions, but they're actually really, really difficult to nail down. We don't have a solid handle on exactly where AYK chum salmon are at this time of year, and their locations are different depending on what age. So, but we hope to make some progress through some of those surveys.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Next, we'll go to U.S. panel member Andy Bassich. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Jim, and thank you, Sabrina. It's nice to see you. I really appreciated your all of your efforts in this. I think you just touched on a lot of what I had to ask, but I guess you also referred to the adult stage of chum salmon. And I wonder if you could maybe elaborate a little bit more on where they think they go and what the potential impacts are of the Asian hatchery production and US and Canadian hatchery production releases might be to their feeding. And yeah, maybe if you could address that. I think it's really interesting to see that water temperature warming up affects them so much. And I'm wondering also if these fish ever tend to move in their juvenile stages to colder water where there might be a little bit more food source. And then my final question is there any link known right now as to the competition with pink salmon? Are pink salmon eating either at the adult or the juvenile stage the same food that these chum salmon would be eating during their life cycle? I know that's a lot to ask, but thank you. Appreciate it.
It's a lot of loaded questions there, Andy.
As
what
always.
As always, yeah. Just to reiterate what Jim was saying, when it comes to AYK chum salmon, we're still grappling a little bit with where these fish go in the ocean, after we see them in the survey. So conceptual models built around high seas tagging data and genetics show that our AYK chum salmon tend to go and overwinter in the Gulf of Alaska. Jim mentioned a high sea survey that we're going on in a few weeks here. Jim leaves tomorrow, I leave in a few weeks. We did a survey in the Gulf of Alaska in 2019 and 2020, and we didn't catch hardly any upper Yukon fall chum salmon. So, we're sampling in these areas where we expect these salmon are overwintering, and then when we get there, they're not there in the numbers that we expect them to be. So with that in mind, it's really hard to think about, okay, so we don't really know where these AYK chum salmon are, and now we also need to figure out where the Japanese hatchery fish are. Where do they overlap in time and space? Are they overlapping only in certain years at certain age classes? So I wish I had a better answer for you, but I think first things first, we need to figure out where our fish are in the ocean. And then once we answer that question, then we can start to make inferences about where we expect competition to happen, where and at what life stages. And by life stages, I mean in what ocean years. Are they more likely to experience competition in their first winter in the ocean, or is it going to happen later on? In terms of pink salmon and chum salmon, they're the ones that have the most similar diets. So you would expect that there will be some competition there. It's tough to know because, we tend to think about pink salmon, but there's also a lot of chum salmon out there, and they're also in the ocean longer than pink salmon are. So there's a lot of these life history things that we need to think about when trying to get at competition. I'll just reiterate what Jim was saying, that from this high seas survey that we're going on in a few weeks, we do have a proposal to the North Pacific Research Board that's being led by Ed Farley at NOAA. And one of the things that they specifically want to look at in this proposal is competition. And to do that by looking at, in certain trawls where we catch chum salmon, are we also seeing that we catch pink salmon? Or when we see natural wild chum salmon, are we catching them with hatchery chum salmon? And that might start to get at some of your questions. So the short of it is we're working on it, but it's complicated. Jim, and please feel free to add to what I've said.
Yeah, no, that's excellent, Sabrina. Yeah, there's a lot of moving pieces when we start to look at competition. You need to have a good handle on what the food is available. You need to understand how the different species or stocks of salmon are utilizing that prey resource. But kind of the big question is just what is the overlap of these stocks and species? And I think we'll hopefully get some insight into that. At least that's the objectives of this survey that will be starting here in the next few days.
And if I may, Mr. Co-Chair, just a quick follow-up. Once you do your survey, what's the turnaround time before you're able to have some meaningful insights to the results?
Yeah, I think there will be, it depends on the nature of the question. I think we'll have catch distributions fairly soon. We'll probably have information on stock origin and age a little bit later. It could take up to a year to get some of the questions on condition and trophic ecology, but we're hoping by next spring or so we may have some preliminary results from the survey.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. And maybe one more question from our virtual participants, and then we'll move back to the U.S. delegation meeting room. So Canadian panel member Tim Gerberding, go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Jim and Sabrina, for that presentation. Very interesting. I'm wondering to what extent, if any, the increasing concentration of microscopic plastics in the oceanic environment may be affecting the health of our juvenile salmon.
I'll say something about that. One of the things that we'll be measuring on this survey is the plastics, these microscopic plastics. So we'll have a measure of the concentrations of plastics and how salmon distributions are overlapping that. So we'll have some data on that.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Co-Chair, perhaps we'll go to the U.S. delegation meeting room next.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. First, we'll go to Virgil, then Ragnar, then John. Virgil, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question has to do with predator distribution. I read somewhere, I think my daughter sent it to me. I think it was University of Alaska Fairbanks tagged some king salmon, Chinook salmon, with some kind of a tag that if a salmon shark ate it, then eventually the tag would come out of the shark and float to the top. And then they could determine that that's what had happened to that king salmon and that they were eating large king salmon. Do you know anything about that?
You know, Virgil, before we did this presentation, I was waffling about whether to include more information on the salmon shark work. And, you know, I decided not this time, maybe next time. And now after your question, I'm regretting my decision not to have put more information in. But yeah, so you're talking about some of the work done by Andy Seitz at the University of Alaska Fairbanks. So what he did is he tagged immature Chinook salmon with satellite archival tags. And these tags measure depth and temperature. And so because when Chinook are swimming in the ocean, those tags are recording essentially the temperature of the ocean. But when a salmon shark eats a Chinook that has been tagged and they swallow the tag is now recording the temperature inside the salmon shark's stomach. Now, salmon sharks aren't like other sharks. They are essentially warm-blooded. So their body temperature is higher than a fish, but lower than what we would see in a marine mammal, like in a seal. So from the temperature recorded inside the salmon shark's stomach, we can tell that that Chinook salmon was eaten by a salmon shark and maybe not by a sleeper shark or by an orca. In terms of, you know, what effect this has on Chinook, you know, I think we all know that salmon sharks eat salmon. The question is, are these sharks eating these tagged fish more so because they were tagged and they're carrying around a little electronic thing that's sending out signals that a shark can hone in on? That's something to consider. Are the Chinook swimming a little bit differently because they have a tag affixed to their back? I don't know. Are sharks eating Chinook salmon only at certain times of the year and eating other things, other salmon or other prey at different types of the year? It's hard to say. With salmon sharks, when they've done diet work on salmon sharks, the salmon that they've identified from their stomachs tend to be chum, pink, and sockeye. That makes sense. Usually those are the fish that are coming in much higher numbers than you would see in Chinook, for example. But that doesn't mean that salmon sharks might not be eating Chinook salmon at other times of the year. So while we may see sharks eating chum, sockeye, and pink in the summertime in Prince William Sound, that doesn't mean that they may shift to Chinook salmon in the winter in the Bering Sea. These are just some of the things that why it's important to monitor these predator distributions to try to get at these questions of when are sharks or other predators overlapping with salmon prey.
Okay, follow-up question. Are you catching any salmon sharks when you're doing your work out there?
Yeah, so we tend, you know, there's some years where we don't catch any. There's some years where we catch one or two, but we do have. So the first shark we tagged was in 2017. Jim just tagged one just this year. And so these tags, they're transmitting almost daily. So right now I could pop up and see where in the ocean these sharks are. We're going to continue this work. We have tags that are going out on these high seas survey that Jim mentioned. So for that survey that's coming up in the next month, there's actually 3 vessels that are surveying a huge swath of the North Pacific, and each of those vessels has at least 2 tags for sharks. One will have 3 tags, and then we'll have tags that we'll take out on the Northern Bering Sea again this summer. So we're hoping that we're able to deploy more of these tags and get more information on where these sharks are going.
Thank you. Do you have any idea when some of this work might be available to us?
Some of it has been published, and I'd be happy to share a paper on that. In terms of updates on where the sharks go, at the end of our presentation, we put in a Facebook link, and I run that Facebook page with Katie Howard, another salmon biologist here at Fish and Game, and we post pretty regularly, not only about where the sharks are going, but any marine research about salmon. So if you go on that page, you'll be overwhelmed with the amount of salmon shark stuff that I'm putting on there, and also updates from the surveys. So in fact, we'll be doing, the vessel that Jim and I are going on is doing live updates while we're out there, and we'll be posting those live updates on the Facebook page as well.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ragnar, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I've got three really related questions, so they should be a quick answer. On page 6, Ms. Garcia, you had a forecast model for Chinook with a fairly high confidence interval. And you stated that whatever's happening to Chinook, the reason for the 80% confidence level or thereabout is that whatever's happening to Chinook's happening prior to then. So I had three questions. One, when is the time when from the juvenile out migrants from the Yukon River to when you're taking your survey in the northern Bering Sea? 2, can we assume that the mortality is occurring near shore or in river of these juveniles? And 3, in your surveys, have you seen a more Chinook juveniles closer on shore than in the past, Mr. Chairman?
Ragnar, can you can you repeat your first question? I just want to make sure that I understood that one. Sorry.
So, Mr. Chairman, I think Sabrina stated that the reason for the high confidence level of the forecast based on juveniles was that mortality seems to be consistent from the northern Bering Sea survey to the time of return. So question number 1 was, I just wanted to know the time frame for out migrants, juvenile out migrants from the mouth of the Yukon to the more northern Bering Sea survey. Is it a matter of months or is it a year? Number 2, can we assume that mortality is occurring near shore or in river of these juveniles? And number 3, have you seen, we have this transect of points here doing the survey. Have you seen over time more juvenile Chinook near shore than maybe out in the middle, Mr. Chairman?
Thank you, Ragnar, and apologize for asking you to ask those questions. I just want to make sure I'm answering the questions you have. So the surveys in the northern Bering Sea are typically occur during the month of September. So that is about 2 to 3 months after they enter the marine environment. So that's going to be 2 to 3 months after the sampling in the delta that's going on. What we can say from the models from the northern Bering Sea is that a lot of the year-to-year variation in mortality or survival of salmon is occurring during these early life history stages. We can't really distinguish whether it's occurring in freshwater or in that estuarine period, that early marine period. It could be both. But it does seem to point that the changes in survival or the variation in survival is greater during those early stages than it is in the later stages. So that and obviously then the juveniles will spend typically 3 to 4 years in the ocean before they return to the river. So that gives So basically what we see in the juvenile abundance, it gives us an indication of what to expect to the river 3 to 4 years into the future. And I think I've got all your questions there, but I just want to make sure that that covers all of your questions. Sorry, Regner.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Murphy, the last question was, over time, have you seen more juveniles near Soren, Norton Sound, or?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Regner. The kind of the general pattern that I've seen is in warm years. Let me back up and say that often juvenile Chinook will avoid really cold water. So in cold years, that eastern Bering Sea cold pool, that's the temperatures from the winter ice that sits on the seafloor, that tends to make the offshore temperatures are much colder. So in cold years, it will tend to keep juveniles closer to the nearshore habitats. So in warmer years, they tend to spread out a bit more. But I also, we saw this year, which was very unusual. I mean, we had average temperatures, it wasn't cold, but a lot of the juveniles were still in that nearshore area. They were still like half of them, almost half of them were in Norton Sound. So that was unexpected. And so we're seeing kind of not necessarily a consistent pattern with temperature, but the general kind of over the time period we've run the surveys, we've seen in the past where cold years tends to keep them closer to shore. And there may be a foraging pattern that we're seeing now where they're staying closer to shore because that's where the forage is at. So yeah, there could be more than just temperature that's affecting their distribution. So I think that's a good point.
Mr. Chair, trying to be conscientious of our time here. We do have one additional question from John Lamont, and then we could break for lunch, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Let's do that. So we'll take one further question, break for 1 hour, and then after lunch, perhaps we'll check in with panel members again to see if there's further questions in respect of our most recent presentation. Go ahead, Mr. Lamont.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chairs. Thank you, Mr. Murphy and Ms. Garcia. My question is related to the warming of the Bering Sea as it moves north. A lot of the pollock has been spotted like up in the St. Lawrence Island area, and the pollock are similar to trout, and they do feed heavily on smaller salmon. Have you seen that in any of your studies? You don't have to ask, you can email me the answer if you want, but I was just curious about that. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chairs.
So I'll answer this question, and if you have anything to add, Sabrina, please do. We catch adult pollock in our surveys, but we don't catch large numbers. A lot of our sampling is in the pelagic habitat or up in closer to the surface of the water. So we don't necessarily get a good representation of the pollock biomass that is there. But the pollock that we do catch in our survey, none of them have shown evidence of feeding on salmon. And so I think that is not something that we're really identifying as a concern. I think the bigger concern that folks have is the movement of this biomass of groundfish up into the northern Bering Sea could be reducing the amount of prey that's available for stocks and fish stocks that typically utilize that region of the Bering Sea. And so I think that's where perhaps some of the bigger concerns are.
Thank you for that, Mr. Co-Chair. Are we okay, given that it's just past 30 minutes past the hour? Can we proceed with a 1 hour lunch break? And again, we will have the opportunity for some further questions of Jim and Sabrina after we return for lunch, if that's okay, two of you. And we'll look to resume our bilateral meeting session At, let me see, where are we here? 1:30 Alaska time. Is that right? 1:30. I'm sorry, Mr. Co-Chair. Can you
Yes,
correct
that's
me?
correct, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
1:30 Alaska time.
1:30 Alaska time and 3:30 Yukon time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Good afternoon, Mr. Co-Chair. It's Steve Gotch speaking. It's 1/2 the hour, and I just wanted to check in with the U.S. delegation meeting room in Fairbanks to confirm if we're ready to proceed with the remainder of our bilateral meeting sessions for the day. Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, we're ready to proceed with this afternoon's agenda. And I guess if it's okay with you, Mr. Chair, if we could stand down on the agenda for 15 minutes or so here to address a pending departure of one of our longtime U.S. section members.
Please do so, Mr. Co-Chair. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Appreciate that. So for both U.S. and Canadian panel members, as well as any members of the public that are viewing our proceedings online, Richard Burnham, who's been a longtime U.S. section member of the Yukon River Panel, going back literally more than a decade prior to the signing of the Yukon River Salmon Agreement. He was one of the original members of the negotiation team from the United States throughout the 90s and the development of the agreement and the treaty itself for the Yukon. Very well respected throughout the Yukon River drainage. He's been involved in fisheries issues beyond just the Yukon River Panel. He's been a long time and acted as a long time co-chair of YRTFA, Yukon River Drainage Fishermen's Association, as well as an active AC member, just very engaged and spent countless hours, not just on the Yukon River Panel, but involved in fisheries issues. And about 2 years ago now, he had indicated his intention to resign or retire, I think is a better word, from the Yukon River Panel after decades of service to this body, to the state of Alaska, and to bilateral discussions about Yukon River salmon. Unfortunately, with the pandemic, we were hoping to be able to celebrate Richard and his knowledge, experience, and dedication to this process and an in-person meeting bilaterally in particular, but with these times of COVID and pandemic, that just wasn't possible. So we did put together kind of an opportunity during this meeting to stand down the agenda and recognize Richard. There was some initial plans for Richard to join us and be able to address the panel regarding that. But unfortunately, just a few days ago, I heard from Richard and he's not going to be able to join us today. I still would like to acknowledge and thank Richard for his decades of service to this body and fisheries topics and organizations in general. We did put together a commemorative plaque for Richard that I'd like to be able to show. We can hand it around the room here, but I'll read it off here real quick. Bear with me. With sincere gratitude for the dedication and committed participation in supporting the Yukon River Panel, Yukon River Fisheries, and the long-term sustainability of Yukon River salmon presented by the Yukon River Panel in January of 2022. I'm not sure how well it's showing up online there, but it is an image of the state of Alaska. It does include several communities along the Yukon River, one of which is cont'd, which is where Richard resides and is from in that regard. And we will be sending this plaque out with a thank you letter to Richard after meeting proceedings conclude for this week. Mr. Chair, if it's okay with you, we'll maybe open the floor to any panel members that might want to make a comment with regards to Richard. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair, and perhaps open the floor to any panel members acknowledging that as we are recording this bilateral meeting session, it will be possible for Richard to view the proceedings at a later date. Mr. Co-Chair, any U.S. panel members in the delegation meeting room?
Yes, Mr. Chair. First we'll go to Ragnar, then Virgil.
Mr. Chairman, I met Richard actually at a Board of Fish meeting on South Peninsula matters years ago. And a lot of fish meetings since then. You know, the highest compliment I can think of is Richard Burnham is a good man. And that's, you know, that's in his life with his family. He's a good man, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Virgil, then we'll go to John.
Yeah, Richard has a funny story. Richard actually, he came up from Oregon. He grew up in Oregon. And they used to fish. He would talk about the big giant king salmon that they used to have on the Columbia River that they don't have anymore. But anyway, we used to always, when we traveled before we got the treaty, we had less money. And so we always had roommates. When we went somewhere, we always stayed 2 people to a room. Richard and I normally stayed together as roommates. When Richard first came up here, he was really interested in dog mushing. And his first dog team to run the Iditarod, he had a couple of trained dogs, but he didn't have enough. So he went to the dog pound in Anchorage and picked up 3 or 4 dogs, and they made it all the way to Nome. Yeah, with 3 or 4 dogs or dog pound dogs in his dog team. But I thought I'd share that. I wish he was here so he could tell that story, but it's a really funny story. But I'm not sure when Richard got on. I got on in '88. You have any idea, John? Probably 90 at least. He was been on since at least 90, maybe 89. I don't know. But anyway, we had a lot of good times together. And I miss not being able to have these meetings with our Canadian counterparts, because we used to have a good time after the meetings in the evening, shooting the breeze and having a drink together. And I really miss that with our Canadian counterparts. But Richard and I used to have a good time with some of the guys on the Canadian side in the bar. But anyway, I will miss Richard. And Jerry Riley told me what they always called Richard was burn him up Richard. Get to Caltag though. And he had a honey there and who he eventually married. And he would stop there for a while for a long break. Thank you.
Go ahead, John.
First off, want to thank, for the record, thank Richard for his years of service to the resource and to our people. He's, like Mr. Alstrom said, a very, very good man. Back when I served on the URDFA board, or the Yukon River Drainage Fisheries Association board, he was co-chairing with Mr. Alstrom, Mr. William Alstrom. And I disagreed with a proposal or something it was, and he pulled me off to the side during the break, and he sat down real calmly and talked with me about the extent of the proposal. And, you know, and I tended to agree with his comments. And so therefore, looking at him as a model, he sure was a good, wise, intelligent, knowledgeable person, and continue to be, and I'm sure he'll continue to add input to this panel. But for the record, thank Mr. Burnham for his years of service. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Co-Chair.
Thank you, John. Caroline, go ahead.
I first met Richard through doing research, not through this panel, but when I was a long time ago, when I was the lead researcher for the interior, the lead subsistence resource specialist for the interior. And I was working on a series of projects, including a traditional knowledge project on non-salmon fish in the middle Yukon, and other projects on other subsistence resources. So my first encounters with Richard back in the early 2000s was as a researcher, and he was really unparalleled when it came to his kindness and his knowledge and his humility. I learned a ton from him, and that I'm really grateful for, both as a researcher and a person. And then when I started working on panel issues, I was also really, struck by his ability to stay extremely measured in very contentious issues. And because there's been a few before this panel. And so it was always really, you could always rely on Richard to stay calm and to stay measured and to communicate very sincerely what he believed, but also that he was truly listening to everybody. And that is a really rare thing in a person. And I am beyond grateful to have known Richard as long as I've known him, and to have worked with him as I have, because he is really, really a blessing in my life.
And certainly, if there's any additional US or Canadian members that would like to say a few words with respect to Richard, feel free.
I believe online, Canadian panel member Tim Gerberding. Go ahead, Tim.
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to echo some of the sentiment already expressed by Ragnar and Virgil. I remember the old days of the Yukon River salmon negotiations when the Alaskans were crammed two to a room. But, some of the most important discussions definitely occurred after hours, and it was a lot of fun, and we had some good camaraderie there, and we had some great times. I remember the Yukon River Commercial Fishing Association was made an honorary member of YRDFA for life, which was a great honor bestowed upon us. And just want to remember Richard. He made some great contributions. I agree. He was positive. He always had a good humor about him, and I think he was genuinely seeking solutions. So I wish he was here, but great that this is being recorded. Hopefully he'll look at it, and definitely want to express my gratitude to Richard and my appreciation for his contributions. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Next, we'll go to Canadian panel member Carl Sidney. Go ahead.
Thank you. I also want to just convey my gratitude for working with Richard. I know he's always had a place in his heart for us Canadians. He totally understood what we were going through, especially at the headwater. They did back in the day when we started the Yukon River Panel. We tried to have a meeting. Actually, we did. We didn't try. We had a meeting here in Tetlin. The Yukon River Panel did, when we were brave enough to be able to go out into the communities, and instead of funding all these cities. So Richard was here, and he got to visit our community here in Tetlin, and he always understood what we were going through. And I really want to convey my appreciation for having to work with Richard. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Carl. Next, we'll go to US panel member Sven Pauken. Go ahead, Sven.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. I just want to say thanks to Richard for all his time and work he's put into the panel. I didn't know him very long as a recent alternate member myself, but the time I spent with him here at these meetings in session and even away from the table, he always struck me as a really kind-hearted, passionate guy with respect to whatever he was doing here. But yeah, I just want to, convey my thanks to him, and hopefully, once COVID is done, we're able to meet in person, that he's invited to one of these meetings, and at least we can thank him in person. It's just my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Sven. Next, Canadian panel member, Alvon Finster, go ahead.
I met him when I was about maybe 23 years ago. And at that time, I was one of those faceless government guys who appear and disappear. But he always had time for me. And I think he was a good man. He was a kind man. And he cared about his family and his community, his river, and the fish. And I hope him all the best in his retirement, both for him and for his family and for his community as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Al. And Mr. Co-Chair, I guess if I could take the opportunity on behalf of not just only the Canadian delegation to the Yukon River Panel, but also the Government of Canada, extend our sincere gratitude to Mr. Richard Burnham for his contributions to the Yukon River Salmon and Yukon River Panel processes. And I would perhaps also describe it as promoting cooperation and collaboration between Canada and Alaska. I know that even during my time with the Yukon River Panel, I've had a number of opportunities to discuss many of the topics and the matters that this panel has been working on over the past decade with Richard. And as other panel members have conveyed, his calm demeanor, his thoughtfulness, and most of all, acknowledgement and willingness to listen and hear and learn about other individuals' perspectives from other parts of the watershed was certainly greatly appreciated and will sorely be missed. So Richard, when you have an opportunity to view these proceedings, we'd like to extend our thanks and our appreciation to you and best wishes, if you will, on the next chapter of your life. And undoubtedly, we will see you again, either through these processes or out on the Yukon River. So thank you, Richard. Mr. Co-Chair, any additional comments from the U.S. delegation meeting room?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Rhonda Picca, go ahead.
I've been trying to gather myself and think about what I would say about Richard. He's been my alternate the whole time that I've been on Yukon River Panel, and I've definitely felt his absence in the last couple of years. His guidance has always been invaluable to me. He's, when I first started the panel, I was like, this is ridiculous. I didn't understand any of it. I was mad half the time. Most everybody was irritating me. And we were in that White Horse restaurant, and he sat me down, and I think we spoke for about 2 hours, and he was just so calm and got all of his points across, told me what I needed to know. And I was like, okay, I think I understand now. His understanding of like the historical process that led to the Yukon River Salmon Act has definitely given me so much, I guess, knowledge and insight into the inner workings of a process that I've always viewed in a certain way up until the point where he talked to me. I definitely had a lot of preconceived notions before I came and joined the Yukon River Panel, and his ability to see both sides of an issue and to calmly look at the facts and to, I guess, somewhat read between the lines and know all of the people in the room was definitely an asset to me. And I'm definitely not there yet, not at where he is as for being just a humble, decent human being. You know, it was definitely getting harder for him in the last few years to have to leave his home and do all this traveling and be away from everybody. And I get it. I definitely get it. So I definitely wish him well in his retirement and hope that he enjoys all of his grandchildren and, you know, and enjoys his time at home in his retirement. Thank you for your service, Richard. And me and Brooke have a gift for him, but we didn't have the right size, so we'll be getting it to him at a later date. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Rhonda. I think one of the best ways I can describe Richard from my time and that I've spent, which compared to many of our members, both US and Canadian, is a small amount of the overall history of this body and the development of the treaty, is that he was a mentor. I think he was a mentor to all of us in some regard. I think I learned more, just like many of you have said, including Rhonda's comments, that I think I learned more about the Yukon River Panel from him than almost anyone else that we've had interaction with. That memory and that history and the kindness of his heart and the ability to see all sides of a situation was unparalleled in my mind. So I'll be forever thankful of having that opportunity to have had that interaction with him. And I do hope that we will see him at future panel meetings. Perhaps he'll stop by or provide some public testimony at times, and I'll look forward to that. And I do hope he enjoys a very, very well-deserved retirement from the decades of service he's provided to this panel. Certainly, oh, Andy, I was hoping that we would have an opportunity to hear from you. Please do.
I mean, I'll mute myself. I just, everybody said pretty much everything I wanted to say, except for I just wanted to say thank you, Richard, for being a good friend as well. And I think what I really take away from Richard's involvement with the panel, I think everybody's spot on. He was always very genuine, very calm, very thoughtful in his views. And also in his criticisms. We're all here and we're all vying for various aspects of the fisheries or representing it. And what I found really inspirational with Richard is you could always just kind of talk to him. And he made very great points, but he wasn't aggressive or insulting. He had a really great diplomatic way of working through issues. And I think what I value the most is his historic knowledge. This Yukon River Panel has been going on for over 20 years and 15 or so years prior to that with the negotiations. So there's a lot of history involved in the Yukon River Panel. And when you lose that institutional knowledge, you lose a lot. And Richard kept that alive. And I really appreciate that because moving forward, you always have to look at the past. So thank you, Richard. And I hope you have many days on the Yukon to just sit back and try and enjoy the fisheries to whatever extent you possibly can there in Holy Cross, and that you enjoy your family. And hopefully the actions from this panel will preserve this fishery so that your kids and your grandkids will be able to share some of the same experiences that you did. That certainly should be our goal. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. And I believe we have a comment from Alita Trainer. Go ahead, Alita.
Hi, thank you, everyone. I echo, of course, what you all have said about Richard. Personally speaking, for me, Richard made this process feel like a family. It was always a welcome. It always felt like coming home to walk into a room, and the room the US section is in today, or in Whitehorse, and to see Richard like comfortably at his seat with his cup of coffee, to be able to say good morning to him. He would always greet everyone with such friendliness. And it really did feel like anything was possible. I think Richard's contribution not only was that historical perspective, he educated all of us regularly. And I think he took pride in doing that, but also his strength was to make it feel like this was our common goals are possible if we work together and if we consider each other one family rather than two sections. And I'll miss that about him. I hope we just all remember that going forward, because it's really what we need. And he believed that that was the way we could affect change. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alita. Well put. Mr. Co-Chair, any final comments from the U.S. delegation meeting room?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair, and I imagine we could all go on in our appreciation and thanks to Richard, but I think we do need to proceed with the rest of our agenda. And again, I will follow up with reaching out to Richard and sending him his plaque. And if there's any additional comments or feedback from Richard to bring back to the panel, I'll certainly be doing so, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. So perhaps proceeding with the remainder of the Yukon River Panel's bilateral meeting agenda. Prior to our lunch break, we did receive a presentation on some of the ongoing marine research that's occurring in the Bering Sea, focusing on Yukon River Chinook and Chum salmon. We had Sabrina Garcia and Jim Murphy provide that presentation to us. We did have the opportunity for panel member questions prior to our lunch break, but also did want to extend the opportunity for any additional questions, comments, or thoughts that panel members had in regards to this morning's presentation at this time before we proceed with our remaining agenda items. So any final comments, questions, or points that panel members would like to bring forward in respect to the marine research presentation? Canadian panel member Carl Sidney, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. For Jim and Sabrina, I just wanted to make a comment in regard to the presentation you gave just before lunch about the temperature, water temperature. I don't know why it came to my mind, but it seemed like it almost seemed like there was either a Zoom plankton or having the proper water temperature that they were fussy over. I just had to make that comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Carl. Any further questions, or I guess, Jim, did you have a response you wanted to provide, or thoughts?
Yeah, I would say that we're concerned over both of those topics. We measure zooplankton, but it's not necessarily the food that salmon are directly eating. There can be many layers of the trophic structure in the Bering Sea until you get to some of the food. So it does get a little bit complicated. You have to pay attention to what species of zooplankton that are abundant. So what we measure is just kind of all species. I think overall our concern, and they're related, we're overall concerned over the warming temperature and how that really is affecting food resources and movement of other fish stocks into the North Bering. So it's all kind of related to a certain extent.
Thank you very much for that response and your comments, Jim. For to the U.S. delegation meeting room, Mr. Co-Chair.
Yes, we have a comment or question from Jennifer Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know there's a RNE project for the in-river project. I was wondering if maybe sometime in the future we can see a correlation between in-river and marine juvenile Chinook. I would like to thank Jim and Sabrina. That was very, very interesting. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We have another comment or question from Brooke Woods. Go ahead.
Thank you. I have one question about the public process. I know that we have a few people attending the meeting through YouTube, but I want to encourage a process where the public participants also have an opportunity to ask questions, because this may be the first and the last time that they get to see the presentation and also hear about the work that's being done in the Bering Sea. Thank you.
No other comments or questions here in the Fairbanks room, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Co-Chair, and not seeing any further comments or questions online from our virtual participants. I'd like to extend our thanks to yourself, Jim and Sabrina, for the presentation, and undoubtedly we'll see future presentations from you again. I know that this information that you're providing updates on in regards to the research and ongoing monitoring is of great interest to the Yukon River Panel. And so certainly hope to invite you again to share the results of your research and your observations at future meeting sessions. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair and panel members. And I'd just like to let everyone know that they can always email Jim or I if they have any other questions that they think about after the meeting. Thank you, everyone.
All right, so with that, we'll move to our next agenda item, item number 10, and this is a review of Restoration and Enhancement Fund 2021 projects. So again, we're shifting into the Yukon River Restoration and Enhancement Fund component of our bilateral meeting agenda. I'd like to call on Mr. Tom Alpe from the Pacific Salmon Commission to perhaps guide us through the presentation this afternoon and share some information on the status of projects funded by the Yukon Restoration and Enhancement Fund this prior year. Mr. Alpe, the floor is yours. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tom Alpe. I am based at the Pacific Salmon Commission Secretariat in Vancouver, BC, and I am serving you today as the administrator of the R&E Fund. Now, before I dive into the status of the 2021 projects, I want to provide a quick update for the panel and for the members of the public following along today regarding the way that project reports and information about R&E Fund projects can be found on the Yukon River Panel website, which I'm on now and which I'm sharing on the screen. When you go to the website now and you go to the R&E Fund tab, find the project reports. There's a new way of accessing more recent R&E Fund project reports from the year 2011 onwards, which is the first year that PSC was appointed to be the administrators of the fund. If you click on this button here, you'll be redirected to a page which looks like this. And the idea of making this update is, first of all, to publish more information about individual projects, and to make it easier to access and to make the information available to you as soon as it becomes available to us. So once project reports are received by the Secretariat, we add them to this system, and you can use the system to either search for keywords such as titles, lead organizations, really anything you see on the screen, or you can use the controls at the top here to filter, group, sort records according to any of the fields that you see here. So year, currency, lead organization, anything like this. So that's just something I wanted to highlight. I hope you find it helpful. The reports themselves can be found just by clicking on the final report, or you can open up the record and download the report using the controls here. So feel free to go on there and have a look around. I trust it's a useful update for you. So with that, I am just going to quickly pause the screen sharing so that I can switch around what's being shown on the screen and dive straight into the presentation, which is on the status of 2021 and other active R&E Fund projects. So the first slide gives a summary of the projects that are ongoing and that have concluded recently. So in 2021, the last funding cycle, the R&E Fund supported 21 projects in total, and there were also 4 deferred projects from 2020 which weren't able to go ahead in 2020, primarily owing to COVID restrictions in place at the time, which were approved to proceed by the panel in 2021. Of these 25 projects, one of these projects is now being completed. One was unable to proceed, and 23 of them, so the majority of them, are still ongoing at this point. And there are also 5 projects which are past their reporting deadline to back to you. And we'll detail all of these. So in total, that makes 28 projects that are active or ongoing. Now, slide 2 and slide 3 provides a summary of these ongoing projects, and they're ordered by end date with the projects that are due to complete earliest first. I'm not going to read all of these out. If you panel members will have this in their packs if you're following this online. I believe we don't actually have anyone following by phone, so I'll just leave it on screen for a second. No members of the public, sorry, following by phone. And slide 3 continues to detail some of these ongoing projects. And we can always come back to this if needs be, but I'll move on to slide 4, which I'll spend a little more time on, which details the projects, or the one project that has been successfully completed so far this year, and that's the project led by Canadian panel member Alvon Finster. And Al, as you know, has been working for a number of years now to conduct detailed temperature monitoring of various tributaries and rivers in the Yukon River system. Al has also been working with us at the Secretariat to ensure that this data is hosted somewhere where it is permanent and accessible. So this information is now also available on the panel website, not just in the final projects report section, but the actual raw data that Al's been collecting for a number of years is available. And Al, perhaps at the end of the presentation, you're certainly welcome to speak to that if you would like to as well. It's a very valuable resource. One project which was approved originally in 2020 and then deferred to 2021 was also still unable to go ahead in 2021, and that's the project which was focused on promoting the chum salmon angling fishery led by the YSCC. And that is essentially because there was no angling fishery for full chum. Now, slide 5 provides some information on the projects which are currently overdue and that they've yet to fully report out to us and by extension to the panel. And I'll spend a little bit more time on this, and as I speak, certainly I would welcome any guidance from the panel afterwards on how they'd like us to proceed with the administration of these projects. So the first of these projects was a project that was initially approved for funding in 2016. That's being led by Fisheries and Oceans Canada. The original proponent of this project moved on, I believe, and as a result of that, there has been a bit of a delay in completing some of the final reporting. We were asked by the panel co-chairs to prepare a list of projects last September, which were overdue at the time. Only one of these projects, which is this first one, will have shown up on that report. Or apologies, 2 of these projects, the first 2 looking at the end dates, which were both prior to that 1st of September date when we reported out. And as a result, the co-chairs asked us at that time to send out some formal correspondence. Most of those projects subsequently reported back, but these 2 are still active. That correspondence essentially asked that the project reports be provided ahead of this meeting, and specifically by December 31st. And it noted that the panel will take compliance with reporting requirements into consideration when considering future projects to approve. So that was sent out last October, and we did also send a reminder in January, but we're still waiting for the final report from that particular effort. I understand that it is in hand. The second of these projects is the Tay River Chinook Salmon Access Project. And we have been in touch with the team at Metla, with whom we have the project contract. Now, this is a project that's looking at the feasibility of removing a velocity barrier on the Tay River in order to open up potential Chinook spawning habitat. And current objectives of the project include conducting the work that will be necessary to inform a YESAB, Yukon Environmental and Socioeconomic Assessment Board proposal, and also preparing a more detailed engineering report on the removal of the velocity barrier itself to see how feasible that would be and what that would entail. As I say, we've been in touch with the proponent. Both of those bits of work, as I understand it, have actually been completed. At the moment, the draft YESAB proposal is with the Selkirk First Nation for their review and their input. For administrative reasons, really, Selkirk First Nation isn't a listed proponent of this project, but their involvement is certainly fundamental to the project. They need to be content, as I understand it, with that proposal before potentially putting it forward. We do also have a copy of the engineering report, which is complete and is also with Selkirk First Nation for their consideration. So my understanding from the proponent is that his preference would be to see that work brought to a point where it proceeds or doesn't proceed before reporting back to the R&E fund in order to tidy things up neatly, but there are certainly options that we can explore. The next two projects are led by the Kwan and Dunn First Nation. One is the Mitchie Creek Salmon Monitoring Project, and one is the Ibex River Chinook trial. I should have mentioned that we look at whether a project report's been submitted, a financial statement has been submitted. We need both. For one of these projects, we only need the financial statement at this stage. For the other, we still need both reports, but we're certainly in very active contact with the proponents, and I understand that these reports are due to be sent to us and finalized imminently, as in potentially while I'm speaking next week, that sort of time frame. The final of these projects is led by Klondike Wet'suwet'en First Nation Government, Klondike River Chinook in-stream incubation trial. And for that, we also just need the financial statement. And again, we're certainly in touch with the proponent and understand that that is also in hand and has almost been completed. So I'll go on to complete the presentation, but as I say, we can come back to this, and I certainly welcome any thoughts, guidance from the panel as to how they'd like us to proceed with continuing to administer these projects on your behalf. Slide 6 details some of the project changes. These are the project changes that have been actively notified and flagged to us proactively. And this is something we've started tracking a bit more formally in recent years, and I thought it would be useful for the panel from a transparency perspective and accountability perspective, just to understand how some of the projects have changed since you approved them. This slide shows you what sort of change happened when it happened, and then whether the change was flagged to the co-chairs for a decision, or whether it was quite a minor change, in which case sometimes we were able to approve it and just report back to you a bit later. So most of these are changes which are small financial reallocations owing to things like COVID, meaning that changes have to be made, or things like the cost of site supplies, materials changing over time. In some cases, changes are to do with slight delays to the project, or to do with changes in methods and outcomes. And again, I don't think this is something that I need to go through with the panel in detail, but I wanted to include it, as I say, for transparency and accountability. And certainly if there are any questions on project changes and how those are handled, I'll be very happy to take those too. So thank you very much. That concludes the presentation I plan to give, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Tom. So perhaps provide the opportunity for panel members and advisors. Any questions with regards to the 2021 Restoration and Enhancement Fund project report and the information provided by Tom to us this afternoon? Okay, not seeing any at this point. Thank you, Tom. I think we can, we have a question from the US delegation meeting room. Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Rhonda Picca, go ahead.
Tom, you mentioned velocity barriers. Is that the same project with the rocks? They needed the engineering report to move the rocks? Is that correct?
So I understand it, it's a single sort of, I don't know how really to describe, a boulder, I suppose, quite near the mouth of this particular river system. That's the velocity barrier that's being studied that is in question.
Thank you, Tom.
Mr. Chair, no additional questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. So with that, perhaps, Tom, we can proceed to our next agenda item, which is providing an update on the 2022 Yukon Restoration and Enhancement Fund annual process. And I know you'll be walking us through the call for proposals as a reminder, identifying some of the near-term priorities, and then also sharing information on projects submitted for the panel's consideration, as well as some of the results of the discussion between or among panel members earlier this week in regards to any questions or comments regarding the project proposals submitted for consideration. So the floor is yours, Tom. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you, and thank you for summarizing the presentation very eloquently. I will move on from slide 1 and not repeat that. So slide 2 of this presentation confirms that the 2022 call for proposals, that's projects that are being considered for funding in 2022, proceeded as planned and as per the panel's normal processes. That call for proposals was finalized by the panel and the co-chairs and was posted on the panel website May 6 last year, with the deadline of October 1, which is again the normal deadline. And we also reached out to anyone that was successful in securing funding in 2021 to ensure in particular that they were also aware that that had been published. And we also published a reminder on the website 2 weeks prior to the deadline. And we didn't receive any late proposals this year, so that process seemed to work well. Slide 3. Slide 3 is a reminder of the near-term priorities, which were included in the call for proposals, a really important part of the call for proposals process. And the first 4 of these near-term priorities are the same as the priorities that have been identified the past few years. This year, 5th near-term priority was included by the panel, which was to do with conservation and improving in-season stock-specific run assessments in Alaska to address some of the existing uncertainty. Slide number 4. On conclusion of, after the deadline, after October 1, we'd received a total of 2021 project proposals requesting a little over $1.1 million at the exchange rate at the time, which has remained quite stable since. The majority of those are related to conservation priorities. Restoration priorities continues to be the next category with 6 proposals, 2 stewardship and 3 communications projects. Slide 5. Slide 5 is included just to give you a sense of how that compares to recent years. As you can see, 21 proposals is fewer than the panel's accustomed to receiving, and the amount of funding that was requested this year is also a little lower than in recent years. Slide 6. Slide 6 is here to confirm that there was an opportunity for members of the public to comment on these proposals. We put together a summary of the proposals and posted that on the panel website mid-October, and the public comment period was open until December 31st, 2021. No comments were received for the panel's consideration. Slide 7. Slide 7 speaks to the Joint Technical Committee review process. This is quite an involved and detailed process where the Joint Technical Committee looks at each of the proposals that has been submitted Members will score proposals, then they will discuss them in their sections and eventually produce a list of ranked and scored proposals against technical criteria as defined by the panel. That review was completed and it was submitted to us in early December last year. And the JTC did provide the panel with that list of proposals, although they were unable to fully assess a subset of the restoration proposals, essentially because these project proposals didn't include the necessary detail to allow a full technical assessment to be made. So the technical committee has been keen to emphasize that that doesn't necessarily speak to the quality of the projects. It's purely that they were unable to provide a technical assessment based on what was included in the proposal. And as a result, some of those proposals were not ranked by the committee. They did provide recommendations to the panel for a few follow-up questions that would help clarify particular points, and some observations for some others as well, but no requests for modifications per se from the technical committee. And they did also identify a few other themes to bring to the panel's attention, mostly around how proposals tend to be submitted. The panel has had a chance in bilateral closed session to consider the questions that they want to put forward to 2022 R&E proponents, and the panel has identified a list of questions on which they agree. In addition, the co-chairs have taken an action to develop some correspondence for the proponents of the restoration projects, which I just mentioned. Mr. Co-chair, I look to you to ask if you'd like me to go into these questions in more detail and display them, or if that is sufficient for the purposes of this update. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tom. And yes, it's satisfactory to display the questions. I assume that you have the 6 questions identified.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much. So the questions that have been identified are on screen now. The first one is for the Tatcham Creek Chinook enumeration proposal. And the question is that the proponent has requested to provide a means of assessing the creek for beaver-related obstructions that would prevent salmon access to the spawning grounds, which could impact the overall effectiveness of the project. The second is for the Klondike River Chinook sonar proposal, and the proponent will be asked to consider carrying out test netting in order to reduce the uncertainty of the interpretation of sonar results. The third question is for the juvenile Chinook salmon outmigration project, another ongoing project, and the proponent will be asked to describe the relevance of the project results towards informing the conservation, restoration, and/or enhancement of Canadian origin salmon stocks and how this information might be used. In addition, there is a question that's, well, a few questions that have been identified by the Joint Technical Committee, one to be put to the proponent of the Klondike River Chinook sonar project to clarify the expected implications of not test netting to confirm the accuracy of species apportionment and Chinook salmon passage estimates, and to include a summary of prior year data to support the decision to rely on length-based sonar methods as the sole means to distinguish Chinook salmon from the species. And there are 2 other questions as well identified by the Joint Technical Committee, which are in a separate report, not on my screen right now, but which will also be forwarded to the proponents. I apologize, quite a lot to read out, but I'm cognizant we do have a few panel members following by phone.
Thank you very much for that summary, Tom, and appreciate the detail. So opportunity for panel member questions or comments with regards to the 2022 call for proposals. The process or the path forward with regards to the project review for Tom. Okay, I believe we have a question from US panel member Andy Bassich. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. I'm just wondering, on the projects that the JTC was not able to score, how are those going to be handled? Do they need more feedback, or what's going to be the process so the JTC can properly score them? And if that's not going to happen, I'd like to make the recommendation that when the call goes out next year, that it is very boldly highlighted in the call for proposals, the guidelines set forth by and bilaterally agreed upon by the panel be strictly adhered to by proponents, so that the JTC can do their work and make their recommendations to us. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you. Tom, did you want to just summarize again or restate the action item for the projects that Andy is referring to?
Thank you very much, Andy. So the action that was, to summarize the action that was agreed in the bilateral closed session, I believe the two co-chairs have taken an action to develop some correspondence for the proponents of the restoration projects in question, which I anticipate will clarify and highlight really what you asked for. There are also things I think we can do administratively to help ensure that it's clear in the next call for proposals that that guidance exists and needs to be followed. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Next, we have Canadian panel member Dennis Zimmerman. Go ahead, please.
Thanks. Yeah, I just wanted to, as you know, we've been working on the communications portfolio for a while, and I wanted to encourage proponents to continue to provide proposals in that category. But most importantly, I think an area where I think should require some increased focus is in the stewardship portfolio. I feel like, given we're likely to maintain this course of conservation, and there may not be much, if any, fishing in the near term, I feel like it's more important than ever to continue to connect with these salmon, or at least with salmon people and salmon culture. So I'm really hoping that we can prioritize stewardship, or us as a community of sort of salmon people along the Yukon River, encourage others to apply. And I'd like to kind of just discuss, I guess, what could be stewardship. And this is just my opinion, but welcome more discussion. But I know, in the Yukon, we have a really good, on the Canadian side, we had a really good example with the Trondek Huetchin out of Dawson, their first fish culture camp, really successful. And for many years when they couldn't fish Chinook, they fished chum, and they used those and had elders sharing and transferring knowledge and everything that goes along with that. So that was a great example. I'd love to see more of that along the river, this sort of culture camp concept. I also kind of want to talk about the concept of ceremonial fisheries has been mentioned a number of times. And, I think there's obviously a lot to ceremony. And, families have ceremony, government, communities have ceremonies. So I'd like to that might be an area where the stewardship portfolio might be able to help with sort of ceremonial fisheries in some way. I encourage people to talk to their heritage departments, or whatever they may be called in your communities. Language programming is important, traditional stories, traditional law, song, all these things are being brought in. As we know, salmon are holistic. So I just want to kind of give this a little bit of, give it a little bit of bump and lift it up a bit, because I feel like the stewardship is going to be really, really, really important for the next while the fish are sort of sorting themselves out. And I think the best thing we can do is just try to maintain that connection in whatever way we can. And I know most here will say, of course, that's through fishing. I respect that and understand that. But I'm just sort of saying that, wherever we can lend some credence to this, maintaining that salmon culture connection, I'd really like to do that. And we have a fund, and you looked at the proportion. We had $33,000 this year in the stewardship category, and yet we had, I think it was $500,000 towards counting and measuring fish. So I just want to kind of bump that up, and hope that we'll see more stewardship proposals in the future years. Thank you.
Appreciate those comments, Dennis. Thank you very much for that. And I'm just pausing to see if there's any further questions or comments from panel members. Doesn't appear so. So I'd like to, we do have perhaps a question or a comment from the US delegation room in Fairbanks. Mr. Co-Chair.
Rhonda Picker, go ahead.
Yeah, I agree with what Dennis said about seeing more stewardship proposals. I'd like to see more from both sides of the border. I think those have value to the process and I appreciate them all. Thank you.
Any further comments from the US?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Brooke Woods, go ahead.
Thank you so much. I had a question for Tom. You mentioned a public comment period for proposals, and how widely was that information shared out, or was it just put on the website and assumed that people would know about it, or was there outreach to encourage public comments from communities along the Yukon in both countries? Thank you.
Thank you, Brooke. The process that the panel's asked us to follow for now is to post it on the website. But it is true that we typically, in the last few years at least, haven't received many, if any, comments. So certainly welcome any thoughts from the panel as to how we can make that better known.
No other comments or questions from Fairbanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that, Mr. Co-Chair, and perhaps we'll go to Canadian panel member, Mr. Alvon Finster. Go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to support something Dennis said, and that's the idea of increasing stewardship or increasing access by stewardship. But I take a slightly different, route through stewardship than he does, and the work he does is great. It's very necessary that people have the celebrations, that people get together and people talk about the salmon culture they have. But I think it's also important that particularly the youth, young children, and into the teenagers have the ability to go out and do good works as stewardship, and that the panel acknowledge or at least allow people to do so, that they can put in relatively small projects in relatively local areas to, say, maintain upstream access for adult and Chinook salmon. At one time, that was a relatively large part of the RNE, but it hasn't been so much at the present time, but it may very well come up in the future, particularly if there isn't a lot of fish coming up the river. So I just like to make a bit of a, I guess, a position for that type of project, and I'd like to thank you all.
Thank you very much for sharing those thoughts, Al. And next we'll go to Canadian panel member Dennis Zimmerman. Go ahead, please.
Thanks. Sorry, and when I saw Al, I immediately I thought of something else that I should have said. And he mentioned this earlier and I just want to kind of, I guess, reinforce. I think, obviously, we've been talking about a lot of the First Nation sort of connection to salmon, but of course there's the public as well. We have a Fish and Game Association. We have various public organizations, and the public is also desperate to connect to salmon, whether they can view them through a window or a stream side cleanup or a fry release or whatever. So thank you, Al, for reminding me of the very important public connection, which we don't tend to focus on the Canadian side because we tend to focus just on fisheries. So thanks for reminding me of that, Al.
Thank you for that, Dennis and Al. Maybe perhaps an additional check-in with Tom, further to Brooke's comment around the opportunity for public input on project proposals. For the panel's benefit, is the public comment period still open in respect of 2022 project proposals that the panel will be making a decision on at its spring meeting? Tom?
We certainly could continue to consider any comments that are received and pass them through to the panel ahead of that meeting, yes.
Great. And where can members of the public or interested individuals find more information on how to provide comments on Restoration and Enhancement Fund project proposals, or even a description of the proposals that are being considered by the panel this year?
Thank you. So I'm going to bring up the Yukon River Panel website again briefly. So when you go to the Yukon River Panel website, this is the landing page. You head to news and announcements. Then you'll find a call for public comments post, which suggests that you can head through to the R&E call for proposals page, where there's information here which you can download about the call for public comments process, and you can download a summary of the projects that have been proposed just here. And essentially, the process is to put your comments onto a form, which is a pretty simple form, mostly just identifying the project that your comment relates to, who you are, and what your comment is, and then you can send it through to yukonfund@psc.org. So we can go through and we can update this to reflect extended deadline for considering any public comments received. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Tom. And yes, I believe that extending the deadline for public comments to the 1st of March would be appropriate. I know that in March is typically the period of time when the Yukon River Panel will be reviewing all of the information associated with project proposals and seeking to plan to make their final funding decisions at the spring Yukon River Panel preseason meeting. So I think that would be appropriate, Tom. Over to you, Mr. Co-Chair, U.S. Delegation Meeting Room. Any questions or comments? Please go ahead.
I believe Brooke may have a follow-up comment.
I have a follow-up. Thank you so much. I am asking clarifying questions just in case we have new participants to this process, which is very important. My one question is, how influential are the public comments in regards to the proposals? Does that make sense? So public comments, how influential will they be on the proposals being accepted or ranked or considered?
I can speak to that, Mr. Co-Chair, if it would be helpful, maybe the benefit of the panel and the public. So within Chapter 8, the Yukon River Salmon Agreement, under, let me just see which section it is. It's under Appendix 1, which pertains to the principles and guidelines related to the Yukon Restoration and Enhancement Fund. I believe that under Section 8 of our, I guess, procedures, the Yukon River Salmon Agreement makes reference to the fact that the opportunity to provide public comments and public review on any proposed projects or programs will be made available, so to speak, and the submission of any such comments will be considered concurrently with the results of the Joint Technical Committee evaluation when making ultimately funding decisions on individual project proposals. So procedurally, there is an obligation for the Yukon River Panel to both provide the opportunity for public comment, as well as consider the submission of public comments when making decisions on individual project proposals.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. No other questions at this time.
Thank you for that. So just noting the time, we're approximately 20 to the hour, and I believe that we've concluded the presentations and discussion on the Yukon River Restoration and Enhancement Fund. So thank you very much, Mr. Tom Alpe, for facilitating that and sharing your presentations with the panel. Next, we'll move into the opportunity for public testimony, and I believe we have 3 individuals who are registered to provide public testimony. I'll perhaps call on our members from the Pacific Salmon Commission Secretariat just to confirm. I understand a number of our parties that are going to be providing public testimony will either be linking in via telephone or directly in this platform. Can you advise which individuals are ready to proceed with testimony, please?
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Yes, the number of people that will be providing testimonies this afternoon hasn't changed. There are 3 of them. 2 will be testifying by phone, and 1 individual will be testifying from the Fairbanks meeting room. The first individual that we have is Don Taves, a former Yukon River Panel member, and he'll be calling in.
Great, thank you for that. So he, sorry, is he online or where is he currently? Sorry, Victor.
I believe Don is he'll be phoning in, and I believe he still has to unmute his phone. But I believe he was on hold for a while. So Don, if you're hearing this, please press *6 to unmute your phone. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Victor. At the moment, I'm scanning through the participant list and I cannot see Don's name in the meeting. The second individual that we have registered is Elizabeth McDonald. And I also do not see Elizabeth's name in the list of participants right now. So I'll just check that. Elizabeth, Don, are either of you on the line right now? I think I can just see Elizabeth dialing in actually right now. So if that is the case, I think that Elizabeth is now connected to the meeting and may be ready to proceed with her testimony.
Thank you very much, Tom. So I guess we can proceed with Elizabeth McDonald. If you can hear me, Elizabeth.
Thanks, Steve. Are you able to hear me okay?
We can hear you. Yes, you're connected into the Yukon River Panel's public meeting session, and you're here obviously to provide public testimony. So please feel free to proceed. The floor is yours.
Thanks very much. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you all. And I don't like public speaking, so you're lucky it's going to be short. First, a little history for some of you who don't know me too well. I've worked with salmon for quite some time, but before that, my grandparents moved to the Yukon for a job in Alpe at a mine. As my aunt says, my grandfather didn't like being rich, in quotation marks, so he started a sawmill. You're allowed to laugh. If you've seen our spindly tall trees, you'll get it. But they made a living. Eventually, the sawmill was moved to Pelly Crossing. That is where my family's connection to Yukon River salmon started. My dad would go down to what was referred to as Indian Village at the time, which was, I know, is very un-PC. And First Nation ladies would give him a piece of king salmon. I get the great pleasure of hearing this story of how the grease ran down his chin over and over and over again. My dad lives a subsistence life. He eats moose or no meat. He grows a garden most years, and the potatoes last him through the winter. As a kid, he also had the equivalent of a subsistence or domestic license to fish freshwater fish. Whitefish was a welcome change for moose in the winter. One year, canned fish was all my uncle ate after the mine closed. Growing up, we didn't fish for salmon. This was for rich people. We couldn't get a fish license, or what you would call a subsistence net, in Alaska because that doesn't exist in Canada. Instead, we could only recreationally fish. Rod and reels for salmon was too expensive. Instead, we bought cheaper and lighter gear for grayling and pike. All summer long, we could catch dinner instead of only catching dinner for a few weeks out of the summer. When I lived in Dawson, I worked at a restaurant, Klondike Cakes, and I served many Yukon River Chinook to customers. It was always a hot commodity, as you could point to the river and say that is where it was caught. My friends commercially fished. So I have some history with Yukon River Chinook. This doesn't compare to those who have a millennium of history with these fish. But what I have seen is that we aren't fishing, so these connections with salmon are being lost. It started in the headwaters. Teslin hasn't fished in about 30 years. Dawson, 10 to 15 years. And this last year, it reached the coastal communities for the first time. We didn't fish, emphasis on the we. Teslin hasn't fished in 30 years. It hasn't gotten them more Chinook. They probably have less now. They're doing restoration projects, or as many as are many Yukon First Nations. Not fishing isn't bringing their salmon back. We need to do more. We need a plan. I know who you are sitting around this virtual table. You understand the sacrifices people are making. You know the need for Chinook, both for salmon and for people. I urge you to just dedicate some time towards creating a plan that will bring our Chinook, our kings, back. Maybe this is a task force or a working group. We have great minds and passionate people all along this river. We need to do this now. We have a chance of saving our salmon. If we want another 30 years, if we wait another 30 years, Teslin will have no fish. Even the coastal communities won't have fish, and everyone in between, including the bears, eagles, and wolves. But then it will be too late. We need to sit down, have tea, and come up with a plan. Please spend some time looking at more than just not fishing. Maybe I wasn't too short, but thank you all for listening.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth, for your thoughtful words and commentary. Perhaps I'll provide the opportunity for any panel member questions in response to Elizabeth's testimony. Okay, not seeing any questions, but certainly seeing appreciation, Elizabeth. Thank you very much for taking the time to provide your testimony to the Yukon River panel this afternoon. Next, just check in with Victor and Tom. Do we have Don Taves on the line now?
Yes, Mr. Co-Chair. I believe Don Taves is still having technical problems. If we can perhaps go on to the next testimonial. Thank you.
Thank you, Victor. So next, I'd like to take the opportunity to call upon Brooke Wright. And I believe, Brooke, you are in the U.S. delegation meeting room in Fairbanks. So please, we invite you to provide your testimony. Welcome.
Thank you. This is my personal testimony and not affiliated as an advisor with the Yukon River Panel. I had requested flexibility in our panel meeting so my two children could testify. I thought it would be more meaningful to hear from my 6-year-old and my 9-year-old who were actually really excited for the opportunity to testify. I had gotten home 2 days ago from the meeting, and over dinner I was discussing the Yukon River Panel meeting and some of the conversations with my family. And I often question my kids' level of listening, but once we talked about Chinook salmon and hoping for an opportunity to fish, I was just kind of floored and struck that immediately my 6-year-old, she stopped and she said, for Chinooks, she said, for king salmon? And I was like, yeah. And she said, okay, because I really want to eat fish heads and I want to eat the fish eyes and I want to eat the crunchy parts and I want to have a little bit of the baby fish to eat. And her 9-year-old sister responded that she was really happy with this possible opportunity to fish because she wanted to help check the net and take the fish out of the net and bring it home. So I just wanted the panel and the listening audience to know that our kids are awaiting the management decisions that impact our ways of life. And personally, for my family, our tradition and our culture is very much tied to our opportunity to fish and to hunt. And I can't tell you how difficult it's been to not be able to fish. In this work, I understand the restrictions. The other thing I wanted to share is that I have been a part of so many meetings, tribal consultations this year, and our tribes are concerned and putting their requests forward. There's factors that are contributing to our salmon declines that seem very apparent. The presentation that we got today on the juvenile chum, it seems like those fish are starving, and that's a concern. So, you know, the stomach's full of jellyfish, and that's not nutritional. To the warming waters, the in-river warming waters, the bycatch in the Bering Sea Area M. And I want to also share like the hardship it is, you know, having legal gear and just being harassed on the Yukon. It's scary. You know, oftentimes we have our own schedule to check our nets, and it's scary if you're 5 minutes late to get to the net because of the experiences of our elders. You know, it is a process. If you get a citation, you get the citation, you go to court, you get your net taken away, and even more. So it's been very difficult. And also the wellness component. I feel as an Alaska Native woman, my well-being and wellness is in a good place, but I also am concerned about the historical traumas that our people still deal with in our communities. And when you don't have the opportunity to hunt and fish, you have to think about those people. What are those impacts to the people that need this wellness around hunting and fishing? And when you think about the nutritional value of our salmon, the wellness aspect that I mentioned, and even the physical activity of being with your family for 12 to 14 hours, putting away every single piece of that fish. I found it personally very difficult to be home, taking personal time off home and not having that family time putting away fish. And it's kind of like, what do you do with yourself for that 18-hour day? You know, we have a sun that does not set, and you're just sitting in your community. So those are just some personal things I wanted to share. And it's been difficult to be a part of so many management meetings, and how quickly and easy it is to dismiss the tribal requests and decision-making that tribes have asked for with no recourse. And, you know, like I said, I've participated in North Pacific Fisheries Management Council, the Yukon River Panel process, you know, have spoken and worked with Fish and Wildlife, Fish and Game, and NOAA, NIMF. I even testified to the Department of Interior. So many meetings I've been in, and just completely discouraged by lack of action. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments and your testimony, Brooke. We sincerely appreciate it. Any comments or questions from panel members regarding Brooke's testimony to us this afternoon? Okay. Next, we'll proceed with receiving testimony from Mr. Don Taves. Don, are you on the line? Can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
We can hear you now. Welcome, and please proceed.
Okay, well, thanks very much for providing this time for me to provide a bit of a testimony here. And I guess first, right off the top, I want to give my congratulations to Richard Burnham as well. You know, he's been such an incredible colleague over all these years, and a friend, which is probably the most important thing. I've been involved in this panel process for a long time. It goes back to 1989, actually. And, you know, there's a long history, and I actually sat through the whole 2 days of this meeting. And I really want to congratulate the presenters and the panel members on great discussion and dialogue. You know, the panel has really come a long way, and thanks to everyone, you know, who's involved, and I want to say hello to my many former colleagues, mature colleagues as I call them, and it's great to see that you're still involved, and we have some young people involved as well, and more young people involved, and of course that's the future of the panel, so that's really, really important. You know, just to give a little bit of a history, I was involved in the negotiations from 1989 until the time the agreement was signed in 2002. And I don't remember whether the question of ever having to limit subsistence harvest and First Nations harvest in the Yukon ever came up. It was not discussed. It was never considered. And even in our wildest dreams, we didn't, you know, we never thought we would ever get to the stage where we would have to limit subsistence harvest. All we really negotiated and talked about was sharing of the commercial harvest, you know, and the commercial harvest allocations. And, you know, it wasn't until, you know, it wasn't until, I guess in 2007, 2008, we had a meeting in St. Mary's, and it looked like, you know, we may have to do something with the subsistence harvest. And the U.S. delegation in March actually walked in a proposal, an R&E proposal, to host a pre-season meeting with fishers along the Yukon River in Alaska to talk about if we had to limit subsistence harvest, how would it be done? And then in 2009, there was some attempt, a small attempt to limit subsistence harvest. And then the run came back like fairly strong. We had border passage of over 60,000 Chinook, I think. And there was a lot of concern and a lot of frustration of fishers and the phrase that was used, we left fish on the table that we could have harvested. And after that, from 2010, 11, 12, nothing happened in terms of limiting subsistence harvest. And then in 2013, you know, we had some new management perspectives, and there was some attempt to limit harvest. You know, the harvest was reduced maybe about 50% in 2013, and then the rest is kind of history. You know, 2014, 2015, things were completely shut down, and then as far as the commercial fishery, you know, there was a great commercial fishery had a great run from the 70s, 80s, and 90s, and they were harvesting both in Canada and in the U.S., but especially in the U.S. at the lower river, harvesting 150 to plus 150,000 plus Chinook every year until something changed in 1996, 97, when the resource started pushing back. And then we started seeing a decline in productivity, an obvious decline in productivity. And the interesting thing is I've looked at the data many, many times, and escapement didn't change much. And it still hasn't changed much. When you look at the escapement over the years, over the past 30 or 40 years, escapement levels in terms of numbers of fish, escapement levels, into Canada, they've been kept relatively constant. But in 1997, productivity started to change, and we went from 3 to 4 and even 5 adult Chinook returning for every spawner to 1 to 2 Chinook returning. And for many years, we were at 1 Chinook, close to 1 Chinook returning for every spawner. So it was a 1-for-1. And, and I think there was a 9-year period of time when we actually, for 7 of those 9 years, we did not meet spawning escapement objectives. And so productivity really changed in 1996, 97. And then when we look at what happened in more recent years, 2017, 18, 19, 20, and 21, it's something else happened again. We had another change in productivity. And so I guess the question is, what can we do in terms of, or what's causing the change in productivity? And I think we've had a lot of discussion about, water temperatures and atmospheric temperatures and the effect on Chinook, life histories and biologies, both in freshwater and during migration and in the marine environment. And I think we pretty well accept the fact that global warming is one of the key factors affecting Chinook productivity. And this is not likely to change over the short term. And I guess the question arises, the question then becomes, can we actually maintain the Chinook stocks until global warming is dealt with in some way? And we've talked quite a bit over the past 2 days about further studies, and it's really some pretty exciting work. And we've talked about, I think the reference was made to ghost fish or en route mortality. That is the fish that are being counted at Pilot and the fish that are being counted at Eagle are not showing up. The fish that are counted at Pilot are not showing up at Eagle. In the last 4 of the last 5 years, Pilot has significantly overestimated the runs based on the returns at Eagle. And also in terms of the spawning escapements, both in Canada and the U.S., in recent years, the spawning escapements in Alaska and in Canada have not reflected the fish that were, the number of fish, the run size at Eagle, and neither have the spawning escapements in the U.S. reflected, the run sizes at Pilot. So there is something else happening. And we've talked about further studies, in terms of putting in more sonar, putting in an additional sonar and, doing some additional studies, to better understand what the problem is. But I guess, we don't have a lot of management tools. We can understand the problem is it water temperatures? Is it, en route mortality? And, Virgil talked about the effect of stress, and I'd like to point out that the fish, swimming 2,000 or 3,000 kilometers upriver, that is a very stressful, energy demanding process. So any additional stress is going to affect them. Like not only do they have to migrate 2,000 or 3,000 kilometers, but they have to put on probably 20% of their body mass in terms of eggs, you know, in the same process. So anything like warmer water temperatures, you know, is a further stress, and it's really going to potentially have a significant effect. But the reality is, you know, while the further studies will provide us with more information about what is causing the loss of productivity, the question still remains, what can we do about it? You know, we have a limited number of tools. We have, you know, managing harvest is one of the, and managing the selectivity of the harvest, you know, which we've talked a lot about in the past, is, you know, is really important. And we've talked a little bit about bycatch, and we've talked about predation. We talked about hatcheries and stocking that might provide some additional tools. But the reality is we don't have a lot of tools to address global warming and climate change, you know, over the short term. This is going to be a long-term process. So I guess what I'm saying is we need a plan B. You know, stocks, you know, we need to figure out what are we going to do if the current productivity does not change quickly, you know, over the short term. And, you know, and in the previous testimony here, I really felt for the lady, you know, that talked about the effect of harvest restrictions, subsistence harvest restrictions, and the effect it has on culture, you know, and if this is going to go on for the long term, this is really, really painful. I really feel for that. And so we need a plan B, and that was addressed in part by Robert Perry and Pauline Frost. They talked about, you know, a medium to long-term plan recovery strategy, you know, with some thresholds as to, you know, when would we harvest and how much would we harvest, when would we start harvesting, how many good years, you know, do we have to see, how many times do we have to meet the escapement goals before we would consider resuming harvesting. And then, you know, in our discussions, we had questions from both Andy and Dennis, you know, from the Communications Committee, questioning, you know, if fishermen along the river aren't fishing, how do we keep them engaged in the process? And so, you know, I think those are really, really important questions. And so I feel it's really important that, you know, I think a basic question we have to ask is that, you know, do we want to maintain Chinook on the landscape, even if we may not be able to harvest for a fairly significant period of time? Is it worthwhile having Chinook in the landscape for their ecological values? You know, and basically their fertilizer nutrient transport from the marine environment to freshwater environments, where they fertilize freshwater environments, or they fertilize the riparian terrestrial environments. So even if we can't fish, is it worthwhile keeping Chinook on the landscape and doing what we need to do to keep Chinook on the landscape? And so I think we've talked about cultural fisheries and ceremonial fisheries, and I've mentioned this before, but I think the way to really keep on engaging fishers, I think we need to consider a cultural and ceremonial fishery, a small one, that would allow fishers in the communities to really practice their culture and to maintain a small harvest as long as possible. By small harvest, I'm really referring to probably less than 5,000 Chinook in total. You know, they would be allocated according to the allocation guidelines in the treaty. You know, we might have 1,000 Chinook annually that would be allocated to cultural and ceremonial fisheries in Canada. Maybe 3,000 or 4,000 Chinook in Alaska that would be allocated every year to the communities, so they could go out there and do some fishing. They could maintain their cultural practices and their teachings, and they could taste some Chinook. And so I guess for lack of a better terminology, I think we need to consider a sustainable long-term cultural and ceremonial fisheries. And it's not I've mentioned this before, but I think the time has really come, you know, given what's happened in the last 2 or 3 years, I mean, if we have another bust in the escapement and the runs in 2022, I think we really, really need to consider this seriously. And the question that was raised, how will we continue to engage the fishers along the Yukon River, both in Canada and the US, and allow them to maintain, you know, their cultural practices to some degree, and at the same time provide for the long-term recovery of the Chinook resource until, I mean, the reality is something's going to happen in terms of global warming and climate change, and I think it will. And the question is, do we want to keep that option alive, you know, by maintaining the Chinook stocks that we still have? And you know, we still have like 30,000 Chinook coming back into Canada, and we have still have a good age structure. We still have 6- and 7-year-old fish. You know, this is kind of a manager's dream elsewhere, I think, you know, in the Pacific salmon fisheries, where we still have, you know, the larger portion of the run being 6- and 7-year-old fish. So those are really my comments, and I want to thank the panel again for giving me this opportunity as a retired panel member, and I want to say hello to all my friends and past colleagues on the panel, and I wish you all the best. Take care now, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Don, and really sincerely appreciate your efforts to connect with us and to provide your testimony. It's always appreciated, and we do really benefit in hearing those personal stories and those historical and local perspectives. So appreciate that. I think we have a question or comment from panel member Andy Bassich. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Don, for your comments. I just wanted to say it's really good to hear your voice and hear that you're still engaged and giving your words of wisdom to the panel. I know you've been involved in this as long or longer than just about anybody else on the panel. And I've always really valued your perspectives and insights and the balance at which you approach these problems that we have on the Yukon as they come up. So I just wanted to support your concepts and your ideas and support the fact that it is important for people to stay engaged in the fisheries to continue a long-term plan. So thank you very much for your comments, Don. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Andy. Thank you, Don. Any further comments from panel members in regards to Don's testimony? Canadian panel member Dennis Zimmerman, please go ahead.
Just real quick, I can't, I echo everything Andy said really quickly. And I just want to hand it to Don. I mean, the ability to recap the meeting, the last 2 days of the meeting we had was extremely helpful. Thanks, Don. I really appreciate it. And I look forward to catching up soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. And next we'll go to Canadian panel member Carl Sidney. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to I'll be really quick too also. I just want to thank you, Don and Elizabeth, for both your comments. Much appreciated, and I really like your idea, Don. Thank you. Take care. Have a good day.
Thank you, Carl. And with that, I'll just check with you, Mr. Co-Chair, in the U.S. delegation meeting room. Any final questions or comments with regards to any of the testimony that the panels received this afternoon?
None at this time, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, on behalf of the Yukon River panel, I would like to extend our gratitude to all those individuals who took the time to not only provide testimony, but to prepare and to share your thoughtful words, your advice, and your recommendations to the panel. We certainly do value it greatly, and we encourage you to continue to take advantage of the opportunity to provide us with your words of advice. Thank you. Mr. Co-Chair, given that we are nearing the end of our agenda, I'd like to take the opportunity to confirm what we had conveyed yesterday, that the Yukon River Panel's 2022 preseason meeting. Bilateral sessions will be scheduled for the week of April the 4th. We will work to refine the specific dates, but in order to enable for panel member, advisor, and advisor planning, please earmark the week of April the 4th for our Yukon River Panel 2022 bilateral preseason meeting sessions. Mr. Co-Chair, any final items with regards to the agenda before we move into closing remarks?
No, Mr. Co-Chair, and yes, I confirm that the agreed to dates are the week, target week for the 2022 preseason Yukon River Panel meeting, the week of April 4th in that regard. And perhaps it maybe needs further discussion from a planning perspective, but the general expectation is that we would again be pursuing a hybrid virtual meeting platform of some form for that preseason meeting, Mr. Chair.
That's correct, Mr. Chair. Thank you for confirming. And for members of the public that are joining us live online, there will be again the opportunity for virtual participation online during the public sessions, both viewing as well as providing public testimony. So thank you for that reminder, Mr. Co-Chair. With that, perhaps we'll provide the opportunity for any closing remarks from panel members. Perhaps can we start at the U.S. delegation meeting room, Mr. Co-Chair? Any closing remarks from panel members before we conclude our bilateral sessions for the day?
Virgil, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Well, we've had actually, I think, a very productive meeting today, and well, for the last 6 days, actually. But it's good to hear some of the old voices I hadn't heard for quite a while. And everyone is very cordial, which I think is good. Because it's, you know, we can disagree sometimes, but just because you disagree on your opinion on something doesn't mean you have to be a jerk. But anyway, I enjoyed the meeting. Good to hear from people. And even though all we can do is see each other on a big screen, it's good to at least be able to do that. Better than just talking on a telephone. Thank you. That's all I have.
John, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. So I really appreciated the time we took to go over traditional knowledge being part of decisions being made. And I look forward to hearing from the TEK subcommittee or the local knowledge subcommittee of the panel in the future. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Additional final closing comments from any Fairbanks panel members?
I'd like to thank everybody for their time and energy. The last 6 days have been fairly intense. It's been some of our first in-person meetings for a long time. I also have to echo something that Virgil said about the cordiality and the basic decent feeling among the people in this room and in Canada also, because that is not the case in all of Alaska fisheries. This is probably an outlier. So thank you all for that.
Mr. Chair, I think that's all the comments from the Fairbanks meeting room.
Thank you very much, Mr. Co-Chair. Next, we'll go to U.S. panel member Andy Bassett. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Co-Chair and Mr. Co-Chair. I think you've done a great job of facilitating a meeting under very difficult conditions. I want to do a shout out to Tom Alpe. I think it's been exemplary how smooth the meeting has been running in this platform of multiple people in multiple places. I'm very encouraged by that. And I guess I also wanted to shout out to whoever's behind the camera at the Fairbanks meeting room. You did a great job of bringing it, maybe making it a little bit more personal rather than just having a big shot of a big room. That really helped a lot. Thank you. The final comment that I have, I want to echo what Virgil and what Rhonda have said, but I want to leave panel members thinking mostly about what Don Tays just said to us in his public testimony. And I think I've always been very impressed with his insights and his long-term thought process. And we are in a long-term process to rebuild salmon. And so I really hope between now and April, when we get back together again, panel members from both sides will maybe take some time, reflect upon that managers will open up their toolboxes and be very creative and hopefully be able to work with us to develop new ways of maximizing all the uses of salmon, culturally, sustenance-wise, but in a long-term sustainable way. That's going to be the key, and that's going to be the difficulty. So anyway, keep those thoughts that Don shared with us in mind, and I really look forward to seeing everyone in April and continuing to work on these. And I will be praying dearly that their returns at least begin to show some signs of hope, especially in the chum salmon. I think the one thing that I'd like to point out to people is that on the Alaska side, everybody loves king salmon up and down the river, both in Canada and the US. But in the Alaska side, chum salmon is what has really sustained the people throughout the ages. And I'm really praying that chum salmon will rebound, maybe not this year, but the year after that, so that we can give those Chinook the break they need, but yet still feed ourselves. So thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Appreciate the efforts. And I really want to thank both co-chairs for running a great meeting.
Thank you very much, Andy. And next we'll go to Canadian panel member Alvan Finster. Please go ahead.
Yes, my comments would reflect everything that's been said before. But on a more personal level, this will be my last meeting as a member of the Yukon River Panel. I'm just worn out, 70 years old, time to move on to something else. And what I'd like to do is to bless you all and to think or to believe strongly in what's I think is going to be an almost never-ending task, a never-ending set of accomplishments that's going to go forward in the Yukon River Panel. So thank you all.
Thank you very much, Al, and we'll certainly miss your contributions as a panel member, but I'm confident that we'll hear from you at a future panel meeting again. So thank you. Maybe over to Carl Sidney, Canadian panel member, for closing remarks. Go ahead.
I just want to take the time to thank everybody for participating and for this meeting. I just wish you all a safe trip home. Take care, and the only thing you take home is your groceries and whatever you bought. Take care. Have a good spring. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carl. And with that, I guess on behalf of the Canadian Yukon River Panel delegation and the co-chairs, I'd like to extend our appreciation to all panel members, advisors, and our participants who've joined us online over the course of the last 2 days. Acknowledge that these hybrid and virtual sessions can be quite lengthy, and so we do appreciate your attention and participation, and certainly look forward to meeting you again in surprisingly just over 2 months' time in April 2022 for the Yukon River Panel's pre-season meeting. And finally, I'd like to thank you, Mr. Co-Chair, for your assistance and facilitation efforts from the US section meeting room in Fairbanks. And finally, our thanks to the Pacific Salmon Commission Secretariat, to Tom, Victor, and Christina for helping us run a smooth meeting. Without you, we wouldn't be able to do it. So thank you all, and look forward to meeting you and seeing you again in just over 2 months' time. Thank you.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. And I'm a little cautiously going to call on Virgil. Is it quick? Okay, Virgil, go ahead.
Okay, all I wanted to do is point out that I really appreciated the professionalism of the JTC and all the staff and the preparation of our book. It made it really easy to go through the agenda and all the various reports. And so I just want to compliment them and tell them I really appreciate that. Thank you. That's on both sides of the border. Thank you.
No. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I wasn't quite sure if there might be a couple of additional comments. Maybe folks it's been a long couple of days of meetings. And on that note, thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Very much appreciate your comments. I won't add too much to this, but thank you to everybody, staff, panel members. Excellent discussion, presentations. I know these can be difficult meetings, but I do feel that they're meaningful and that there's value to continue to have these conversations. So thank you again to all, Mr. Chair.
And with that, we'll conclude our Yukon River Panel 2021 postseason meeting, and look forward to seeing and meeting with all of you again in a few weeks' time for the Yukon River Panel's 2022 preseason meeting session. Safe travels, and thank you again.